Hello world, hello villagers, welcome everyone. The Global Village Day, we are live, I can't believe. We just get started. The Global Village Day, a 12-hour McLuhanesque marathon to explore the global village, to rethink the global village in a post-pandemic world. So here we are. It's noon in Toronto, local time. We are celebrating the great legacy of Marshall McLuhan, the Canadian philosopher who fired our global imagination in the 60s. He came up with the idea of global village, and here we are in a very global village, celebrating one of the most original thinkers of all times, so Marshall McLuhan and the Global Village Day. And today, here we are to rethink the global village, to possibly reimagine the global village and our sustainable future. So the special event is sponsored by many different institutions that are supporting this unique one-day events. I'd like to thank the estate of Marshall McLuhan, the McLuhan Salon series, and also the McLuhan Institute and the Marshall McLuhan Foundation, the McLuhan Foundation. So we are very grateful to our sponsors for supporting and fostering a great community building exercise. So this Global Village Day is a community building exercise, an intellectual marathon, and so we are all together in this. We are a community, so try to really get together and celebrate Marshall McLuhan and rethink the global village today in the 21st century in a post-pandemic world. So thank you to our special sponsors for supporting this event today. And so I told you it's a marathon. It's an intellectual marathon. However, I will be not running alone. So there is a twin brother over there. So to provide different perspectives. So we wanted to really show different ways for looking at things. So I will be not alone, but I will be not alone. I will be not running alone today, because you are there, villagers, folks, in the global village on Facebook and YouTube. In fact, we are live streaming at the moment. We are live streaming on the official Marshall McLuhan's Facebook page and on the YouTube channel of the McLuhan Institute. And so feel free to say hi, let us know where are you, in which part of the global village you are connected, you are running at the moment, okay? Again, I'm not running alone, I'm running with you. And so let me say hi to actually a few friends on internet. Let me say hi to Sal Greco from the Global Village, I think from Toronto. Feel free to say where are you right now. from France, from Austria in US, from Austria, yeah, France, in Europe, and then Andrea Gabban, hello everyone from Italy, great, and of course the McLuhan Institute is there to support the YouTube channel. You can comment from the YouTube channel and the Facebook group, so all comments will gather all together. I can see all of them. I will pick up some of you because we want to involve you in this marathon, okay? So you will be running with me, villagers and folks at home. Feel free to say hi, feel free to share your comments, your questions for our special speakers and guests tonight. So Wilson, hello, Carlo Figuera from Manila. And then Joel from Thailand, happy to be here. We too. Thank you. And then let me say hi from Israel. Hello. From oh, many comments. Too many. Lucien from Brazil. Paolo Valente. Hello. And then from Edmonton, John McMack, Edmonton, where Marshall McLuhan actually was born, right? In 1911, Marshall McLuhan was born in Edmonton, Canada. And so, Maurizio Caminito from Rome, Civics, I think from Canada, from Toronto somewhere, Oswald from Oregon, Anne Taylor from Toronto. So this is really a global village. So I will not be able to bring all of your comments, but again, feel free to let us know that you are there, okay? So the villagers, that's your voice, your participation in today's marathon. Again, so you will be running with me. We will run all together for 12 hours. So a unique intellectual marathon to really understand who we are, what matters to us in the global village today, and again to rethink the global village, reimagine the global village, possibly building together a better global village, or building together a more sustainable, open, equitable, inclusive global village. And so thank you all for joining us. Thank you folks on the official State of Marshall McLuhan Facebook page and on the McLuhan Institute YouTube channel. And by the way, so my name is Paolo Granata. I didn't mention I will have the pleasure of being your host for today. My name is Paolo Granata. I'm a professor at the University of Toronto. I've been spending and teaching years at the University of Bologna in Italy. Then I moved to Canada, to Marshall McLuhan's intellectual home, Toronto, Marshall McLuhan's University, St. Michael's College in the University of Toronto. So I wanted to come to Toronto because of Marshall McLuhan, that Toronto has the mecca of communication and media studies, the building place for the Toronto School of Communication. And so, very proud to be in Toronto nowadays to celebrate again the scholarship of Marshall McLuhan. All right, it's noon 09. I'm still warming up and greeting. So if you just connected, hello. This is the Global Village Day. This is Paolo Granata. We are celebrating the Marshall McLuhan's legacy, and we are celebrating the beauty of the Global Village, rethinking the Global Village all together. And well, feel free to say hi. Let me keep an eye on the chat. Elaine Khan from New Jersey, Edward from Edmonton, hello. Jay from Baltimore, James from Rochester, and Andre from California. Hola, hello. It's absolutely great to see you all. Great. So, and I see you are connecting, so we're about to start. And I told you, I will be not running alone. You will be with me, my folks, friends, villagers of the global village. So to populate the global village with ideas, insights, games, we will play today. So I'll tell you later a few words. So feel free to say hi on the chat. Let us know where are you connecting from, where, how you are feeling in this special moment. Feel free to say hi, feel free to get involved, get engaged, okay? I will invite some questions, I will invite comments, possibly brief, and so I can bring you in the screen. And in fact, let me say hi to Francois Aubry in Toronto, and then Delma Rodriguez from Montevideo. Wow! And then from Toronto again. So it's really a global village. It's we are celebrating this international gathering, this global gathering from all across the world today, right? And I'm very happy that you are joining me. Hello, 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 hello. So, I told you, this is not a solitary march, all right? There will be over 40 special guests from all across the world, from Germany, from Italy, from UK, from Spain, from Poland, from South Africa, from New Zealand, from Japan, from India, from Brazil, from US, and of course from Canada. We will celebrate the Global Village. For practical reasons, of course, we are taking this event according to the Toronto local time zone. In Toronto, it's noon. 12 in Toronto, so we will follow the Toronto time zone local hour. And also, as important, because we are in Toronto and because we are in Canada, we wanted to acknowledge this land, Canada, and Toronto in particular. At the beginning of this 12 hours marathon, the Global Village is everywhere, but we are in Toronto and we want to express our gratitude. And we want to acknowledge the land we are meeting on today. It is the traditional territory of many nations, including the Mississaugas of the Credit River, the Anishinaabe, the Chippewa, the Odining, Shawnee, and the Wendat peoples. Today, this meeting place is still the home to many diverse First Nations, Inuit and Métis people, and we are grateful to have the opportunity to work on this land. What a beautiful, beautiful land that we are sharing with Indigenous people today. And so, welcome, the Global Village Day, 12 hours intellectual McLuhanesque marathon, and McLuhanesque marathon. It's the first time ever, so we are celebrating this intellectual marathon. Actually, as you know, we are running towards the final lap tonight at midnight. We will actually celebrate Marshall McLuhan's birthday on July the 21st. And so stay with us until midnight if possible. And so we will celebrate the legacy of Marshall McLuhan. And again, we will we will apply Marshall McLuhan's insights and vibrant legacy to better understand the contemporary media ecology, the contemporary world we live in. Just a few words about the Global Village Day, how we came here, how we were able to organize this one-day event. Eventually, it was a serendipity. It was a series of Monday night webinars. It was April, at the beginning of in the middle of the lockdown, at least here in Toronto. We wanted to foster a sense of togetherness, getting together, so to gather good vibes to navigate these uncertain times. And so every Monday night, according to the McLuhan's tradition of the Monday night seminars, so we started back in April the Monday night webinars. And so imagine every week, every Monday night, a community of people, friends, fans of Marshall McLuhan from all over the world have been gathering together every Monday night to again think the pandemedia, we call it pandemedia, how we can make sense of what's happening globally through the lens of media. And so eventually that very simple idea was a way to foster again sense of togetherness, a resilience, right, to bring that good vibes. We also took a special Marshall McLuhan's probe and insight. Breakdown is breakthrough, right? Breakdown is breakthrough. What we can learn from this current scenario. What are the lessons we are learning in this very crucial and important moment? And so we gather all together again as a community of people. This is a community building exercise. It's a way to foster and celebrate a global community of people committed possibly to make the global village a better world. And so villagers, let us know, where are you? I'm gonna pick some comments from YouTube and Facebook. We are live streaming on the Marshall McLuhan's Facebook group and Facebook page, the Estate of Marshall McLuhan Facebook page, and the McLuhan Institute YouTube channel. So feel free to say hi. Let me see, Elizabeth from France. Great, Elizabeth. This is so nice to have you. And then France, from a small town of Bad Radkersburg, Syria, Austria. Right, great. I learned this is last minute. Great. And thank you for joining us, even last minute. That's the beauty of the global village. And France again. So feel free again to say hi. Carlos from Mexico. Hello, Carlos. Great to have you here. And I do agree, James, wonderful celebration. So feel free to share, to let us know where are you. Again, we are a community. We are celebrating all together. We are running all together, okay? We are running all together in this 12-hour McLuhanesque marathon from noon to midnight. It's 12:17 in Toronto, and we have guests, I told you, over 40 special guests from any latitude. Also, I wanted to point out that, as you can see, I will be in a kind of multitasking mode, so keeping an eye on the chat, keeping an eye on our streaming platform, and then managing a few guests. So I apologize since now, so I will seem a little bit distracted, but technically this is the way to manage all this gathering of people. Let's say the way we are all together. So in a multitasking modality, I will try to manage everything. Okay, so I much appreciate your support, your presence here. So again, feel free to say hi, to cheer, and to share your comments, questions, insights. Okay, so we will run together. And in fact, hello, Henry from Toronto, and Bengt from Gothenburg, Sweden, and John Caputo from Spokane. Hello, John, an intellectual pillar at Gonzaga University, John. So thank you for joining us again today. Let me point out another important technical matter. So, for technical reasons, actually, we are going to split this marathon in two parts. Part 1 just got started, and it will run until 5:59 in Toronto local time. And then starting 6 p.m., second part 2, until midnight and even beyond. At midnight, I told you, we will cheer to celebrate Marshall McLuhan 109th birthday. And so stay with us until midnight. However, be reminded, there is part 1, which is this one, and part 2 starting at 6 p.m. It's a different link. So for technical reasons, we couldn't have one streaming. All right, so stay with us, okay, till 5:59 in Toronto, and then at 6, just jump out of this into the other session. All right, and then again, let me say hi to a few friends just joined us again. Despina from Toronto, Raquel from Brazil. Wow. And Elaine is asking, did Marshall have a favorite drink we should toast him with? We will ask to our first actually special guest. So that's a good question for our first special guest I'm going to introduce in a while. But not before sharing this, that the event tonight, will be very informal. It will be an informal but informative event. very conversational format. We want to foster the love for and the beauty of dialogue and conversation and the human exchange. This is very important. This is very McLuhan, right? The idea of fostering dialogue to get ideas, spark everywhere, right? So we need to foster the love of conversations. And so our special guests will bring their stories, will share their experiences. All together, we will celebrate the global village. So I'm very excited that there is a variety of special guests, a variety of walks of life, right, to celebrate who we are in this particular moment. I will later say other few words on what's gonna happen today. So, but first of all, I like to introduce our first special guests. Our first special guest. It's a great pleasure. She could, for technical reasons, the global village, the internet in the global village doesn't work all the same. So in the inland outside Toronto, internet connection can be tricky and challenging, and so we will use the 20th century technology, the best 20th century technology, a simple phone. So I'm going to call our next first, actually our first. I'm going to call our first special guest for today. I'm very excited. So we're going to kick off a series of special guests. All right. Let's see if the 20th century technology works. Hello.
Hello.
Michael.
Paolo, I'm ready to go.
Great, you are alive. We are online already. Say hi to the villagers of the global village.
Listen, I am so thrilled that you're doing this, Paolo. It's pretty remarkable, and I must say, if anybody could pull this off, it might be you. I have to say that I'm a bit worried if you're going to be here for 12 hours, that you'll hopefully be able to get a bit of a bite to eat occasionally and perhaps a bathroom break here and there. Because otherwise it would be quite a tedious ordeal, I'm sure. I must say that I went over the list of guest speakers that you're going to have on today. Thrilling indeed. Thrilling indeed. What a wide spectrum of different thought and process to bring into this. I was also thrilled to see that Jeff Canoy is coming on just after me.
Oh, yes. He's on the green room currently, so he's going to be the next one.
Yes, it's wonderful. And, I haven't seen Jeff since he was here and had won the McLuhan Fellowship. And a marvelous reporter, and of course David after that. And David being the CEO of the foundation. So it's quite a remarkable thing. As you said, it would have been Dad's 109th birthday. And it's amazing to me to think that he passed away 50 years ago when he was 69. And, or is that 40 years? That's 40 years ago.
All right.
Goodness gracious. 40 years ago, not quite 50. So quite an amazing thing to see that even today, this is still resonating across the world in the hearts and minds of so many people.
Yes.
So I want to welcome everybody to this event. I want to applaud anybody that's tuned in right away at the beginning here. I hope you're able to continue right through to the end. And I want to say, Paolo, thank you for actualizing the whole idea of global village communication. And yes, it's true. Now, I just want to say one little thing. You know me, I always come up with something.
Sure. Go ahead.
But one little thing is the most commonly asked question that I've gotten in recent times is, what would your father have thought about these events, these things going on today? And although I can't answer that question very easily because, that's a thoroughly speculative thing, I do believe that he would totally approve of our being relatively inaccessible by high-speed internet. We, in our property up here north of Owen Sound, we are proud to have 1 bar of cell phone coverage, We're proud to be on high-speed dial-up, but it's questionable because we're at the end of the line, so it's really quite a slow connection. The Facebook video fades in and out. And I think that he would be happy to be here and be able to unplug at will from this incredible situation that we have in the world today of instant communication everywhere. Yes. So that's all I have to add right now, I think, Paolo.
Thank you for this opening remarks, and thank you for wishing that I will survive the marathon. So I think I will. I'm full of energy, but not because just me, because I grab the energy from the folks, the villagers, and our community. So I just spark the fire, but there is a great community which is supporting this today's event. So that's why I will bring the torch, but you are the runners with me. So, and thank you, and thank you.
You are truly high on life, Paolo.
All right. One just quick question, because we are engaging the people and folks from the audience, because at midnight, and hopefully maybe you will join us again at midnight if you are still around. But at midnight we will cheer and celebrate Marshall McLuhan's birthday just across the midnight. So Elaine Khan was asking, did Marshall have a favorite drink we should toast him with?
Now, I saw that question, and I immediately started trying to think, and well, not trying to think, but racking my brains about what would have been his favorite beverage. And I have to say, after considerable thought, Elaine, I'm afraid, being the Canuck that he was, it would have to be beer. There are some great anecdotes about him. When he came home after work, he would frequently bring a secretary with him and continue working from home. This is before there were reasonable working conditions for a lot of people. And he would be lying on the couch with a beer, and frequently a cigar. He wasn't an imbiber per se. I never, ever saw him inebriated. But if it wasn't beer, he did occasionally join my mom for a gin and tonic. That was her favorite beverage. I have seen him drink scotch, and he had the most atrocious taste in wine on the entire planet. He drank the cheapest crap available. I won't mention the brand, but it was awful. Worse than turpentine. So I think we're safe to say that a Molson's Canadian would have seen him through, or a Carling. And I hope that's helpful to you. Just realize, anybody that does want to go out and buy a case of that, he was an infrequent imbiber. So nothing excessive, please.
Right.
That's it.
Yeah, and talking about drinks, actually, Gary Gumpert is commenting from New York. I drank good scotch with Marshall in 1960s. Gary will be with us later tonight. So we have people who actually have been working and meeting Marshall McLuhan. So they will provide a live storytelling about Marshall McLuhan. So we know already how to cheer, how to toast Marshall tonight for his.
I think with 6 kids on a professor's salary in 1960, he wasn't able to afford a great scotch, so that perhaps accounts for the beer.
Correct. All right. I have some spumante from Italy, so here tonight. So we will see. It's gonna be a mix of different cultures, different to express the variety and the diversity of our global village. And so, Michael, thank you very much for joining us, for kicking off this Global Village Day. Hope you can join us again later tonight. But anyway, so thank you.
And if I'm still awake, Paolo, I'll be right there for you. It's a pleasure to be the first guest here. And again, all the best wishes from the estate, and applause to you, Paolo, for being such an instigator.
Thank you. My pleasure. Thank you again, Marshall son, Michael McLuhan, here with us to kick off the Global Village Day. And so it's noon 30, so 12:30, perfect timing for stepping ahead, stepping forward toward our next guest, which is Jeff Canoy. Jeff Canoy is a TV news reporter, anchor, and host for ABS CBN News, the Philippines' most trusted news organization. In 2018, he was named a Marshall McLuhan's Fellow, which is a special award for investigative journalism presented every year by the Canadian Embassy in Manila. And so from Manila into the global village, Jeff Canoy. Hello, Jeff. How
Hi,
are
Paolo.
you?
Good morning. It's 12:30 a.m. here in Manila, so I'm literally on the opposite side of the world in
Wow, yeah.
the time zone. Yeah, but again, you're in it for what, 12 hours for a marathon? So I
Yeah,
think
you can come
you-
back. You can take a nap and come back later tonight if you wish.
yeah, yeah,
Absolutely. And so, Jeff, we met actually right, back in 2018 because
yeah.
we used to present the award every year in Canada with a special trip, a special tour, right, all throughout Canada from east to west. Have you been in Toronto, and then where else to present your award?
So every year, the Canadian Embassy gives a fellowship to a Filipino journalist for their, I guess, body of work for the year. And then we have to design a lecture, and it's going to be a kind of a concert lecture series, some sort of. And then we get to travel to various cities in Canada to deliver those lectures in various universities as well as other organizations. I was able to go to Toronto, Vancouver, Montreal, Ottawa, and I feel like I'm missing a city, but it was literally from the west to the east coast. It was a 2-week tour or 3-week tour across
Right.
Canada. So
Great.
yeah.
Celebrating Marshall McLuhan, and celebrating to some extent, applying McLuhan to your field. You are an investigative journalism. You've been
Yeah.
presenting your stories, and I think standing on the shoulder to some extent, standing on the shoulders of Marshall McLuhan is a great responsibility. What's going on in your in your career and in your job, particularly nowadays in this very crucial moment? What's your feeling? How are you feeling right now?
It's a very strange 2020 for all of us, I guess, across the world. For journalists, especially, it's been very tough to cover. We're assigned to bear witness to events and deliver information, but it's quite tough knowing that there's a virus that everyone has to steer clear of. So we had to adapt to the times. There have been a lot of Zoom interviews over the last few months. But for me, especially, I mean, I've covered several conflicts here in the Philippines, and this is a very different type of coverage for us. I've been covering the situation in the hospitals here in the Philippines with regards to the influx of the COVID-19 patients, and it's been quite surreal. I mean, in actual conflict, you can sort of, see the bullets and the quote unquote enemy. In this pandemic, it's very difficult. I mean, I've this is the first it's the first time I've actually worn, a full protective personal equipment. This is the first time I've learned how to properly disinfect cameras and microphones as we go into these hospitals. And it's just been a very traumatic, I guess, experience for many journalists to be covering just so much anguish. I'm sure even in Canada as well, we have that shared experience.
Yeah, no, that's very impressive. And by the way, folks and villagers at home, feel free share some thoughts, or if you have questions for Jeff, we will be able to bring your question and share. So it's important that we take advantage of Jeff with us today. And so, Jeff, we had a few core questions
Yeah.
for this live event. And the very core question is what kind of lessons we are learning from this current scenario, because we need to learn something. So this is a unique moment to learn, to improve, to get better. So notwithstanding what's happening around us. So in a nutshell, can you share what is the most important lesson you are learning in this very crucial moment?
I think it's really just forcing us to adapt to things that we didn't expect. I mean, this pandemic is something that I think all newsrooms have some sort of protocol with regards to health coverage, but it's very different to prepare for something and actually have to live through it. So there's been a lot of adapting for many newsrooms across the world on how we provide timely and accurate information. But I think the most important aspect that we get to take away from this is really just to be resilient. It's a very tough time, not just because of the pandemic, but across the world there has been more of a clamping down on democratic spaces. So it's very important for journalists, especially coming from my experience, to really stand their ground and really go back to why journalists are there to begin with. And I can't even stress how important it is for a lot of people to really look to solid journalism now to get information. I mean, and
Yeah.
every information is crucial, especially since we don't completely understand the virus that we're dealing with. So, I mean, a lot of information has changed over the
Absolutely.
last few months. So it's very important that journalists are there to verify that information, and that for a lot of people to really look for those verified information.
Yeah, that's a great point. That's a great point. We are maybe learning how important is the accountability, right? Trustability of news organizations to navigate this kind of challenges in uncertain times. So, in an age of misinformation, disinformation, right? So
Yes.
maybe we are rediscovering the value of legacy media, to some extent, the legacy media, for a more accountable and trustable information, for an accountable support to the way we are able to make sense of news and information, and probably complementing with the online social media as a way to gather. How do you balance you say your job in the legacy media and your presence in social media? How do you see that in general social media can foster accountable and trustable information?
I think it's a very difficult balancing act that many journalists have to sort of perform now. I mean, before when I started out as a reporter in Manila 14 years ago, it's really just television is king. But now we have social media, and in many ways, we had to also look at social media as kind of a double-edged sword. I mean, uh, for us here in the Philippines, we've been able to get information from social media, especially during times of disasters or conflicts. We're able to crowdsource videos, get information. So it's a great tool for journalists, but at the same time, um, everyone can produce content at this point. I mean, before it was, I guess, consumers receiving messages from television or radio, but now there's everyone has the ability or access to produce their own content, produce their own point of view, to produce their own media to put across social media. And in a way, journalists are forced to sort of have a strengthened gatekeeping function. I mean, with all the information coming at us, it's very important we have to sort through that information and verify each one. Because again, the internet is really like a big arena for raw information, and a lot of people actually believe things that aren't necessarily true.
Right.
So I think it's the journalist's challenge now is to make sure that the information that we do have, the information that are verified, come across all through that crap on the internet and straight to the people who need it.
Yeah, no, that's another great point. Also, the idea that we, as villagers in the global village, as learners, we need to learn. It's a new kind of literacy, right? They call it digital literacy, media literacy, which is not a matter of the quantity of information, but the quality of information we are able to process, make
Yeah.
sense, the awareness, the understanding, and again, sense making, right? So the idea of really providing such a great sense for thriving, for learning, for enhancing our life online. So we will talk more about these very, very crucial topics, Jeff. And I'm glad you brought it up already, so to kick off
Did,
this
did,
kind of
did
discussion.
I preempt you? I'm sorry.
No, absolutely. So
uh,
this is I think this is going to be one of the most important points for today's discussion. So a sustainable global village, a sustainable digital world, digital world means a more open, inclusive, but also more trustable and more accountable. So these ideas of accountability and trustability, I think, is crucial. Is a strategic component of our sustainable future, our sustainable global village. So thank you for kicking off again from Manila, from the other side of the world. So 12 hours time zone difference. I can't believe it. And so, Jeff, please stay with us if you can, or come back later after a nap. Or and by the way, so keep being a champion of the Marshall McLuhan's intellectual legacy in the Philippines. We count on you. We count on the Canadian Embassy in the Philippines that every year supports this special award. So it's nice to know that there are champions, and you are one of those who are doing well, doing what McLuhan did in terms of really exploring the beauty of our media environment and media ecology. So thank you for playing with us, for joining us today.
Thank you again, Paolo, and I wish you a lot of endurance and stamina for since you have 11 more hours to go. And thank you again. I really treasure the learnings that I received, not just from the travel in Canada, from the fellowship, but from Marshall McLuhan as well. It's quite strange. Me and Michael talked about this before. Marshall McLuhan is an institution here in the Philippines.
Right.
All journalists and media practitioners have to go through all of his theories and lectures for us to even graduate from university. So it's an honor and a huge responsibility to be carrying that torch.
All right. Thank you for carrying that torch, and best of luck. Ciao, Jeff. Ciao.
Bye.
And so we kick it off the marathon, actually. So let's move on. Let's move on to our next special guest, already mentioned by Michael McLuhan. He's a great friend, one of the most beautiful human beings I met in Canada since I moved here as a social entrepreneur. Who he was a student and teaching assistant with Marshall McLuhan and the McLuhan Centenary Fellow. We were fellow at the University of Toronto between 14 and 18, and he is the president of the McLuhan Foundation. He's the president and CEO of the McLuhan Foundation. It's a great honor and pleasure to welcome into the global village David Nosbakken. Hello, David. How are you?
Hello, my friend. I'm wonderful.
Wonderful.
And you? And you? How are you?
Well, busy as usual, but again, so I'm holding this torch. I'm running with you and with folks at home. So I'm very excited. We've been, I know you have the torch. In fact, let me just say this and then I'll give you the word. Because, as any serious Olympic marathon, we wanted to have our own torch. We wanted to have a torch, and symbolically to keep keep the flames of the global village alive. So our torch will be, of course, that's obvious, Marshall McLuhan's book. Our torch will be understanding media. So all the runners, special guests involved in this marathon will symbolically hold the torch. I have mine actually, which is the Italian edition of. So I'll give you, David. I'll give you symbolically the understanding media. You have your Canadian edition. This is the Italian. Actually, all my books in English are in my office at the University of Toronto. At home, I have only books published in Italian, and that's why I was able to find the first edition of Understanding Media published in Italy in 1967, 3 years later, and then that's the new edition, Capire i Media. And so I'll give you the torch. I'll pass you the torch, David. You're the president and CEO of the Marshall McLuhan Foundation. Can you tell us more about the Marshall McLuhan Foundation?
Well, it's relatively new. It's about a little over a year old, incorporated here in Canada, with the backing of the McLuhan estate and a board made up of participants and experts related to Marshall McLuhan. Its purpose really is to ensure the continuation of the legacy of Marshall McLuhan as it relates to the realities of the 21st century. For the last year, we have been consulting and discussing and having charrettes and meeting people and having debates about where the needs are that the McLuhan Foundation might provide some value. And we have chosen as the focus, really, what the precursor of this book was a project that Marshall was hired to undertake by the National Association of Educational Broadcasters to develop curriculum and support material for high schools. So his sense, Marshall's sense, was that there is no more important place to stimulate the capacity to think critically about the impact of media and communication media in particular, other than young people. In fact, he argued that the teachers of teachers are the students that they teach, because the students are more in the world of the new media than the teachers. And of course, that is still very much the case, that young people today growing up don't just use the technology, that to some extent is where they live. And as Marshall would say, you can't ask a fish about water. Right. It is very important, we believe, to find a way of supporting the educational system and non-curriculum approaches to supporting critical thinking among youth worldwide. And we're approaching it in three ways. One is in association with UNESCO, we are accumulating the best practice from institutions relating to digital media literacy around the world. And UNESCO has an alliance of over 600 members, but there are more around the world. And we're creating a platform, much like your platform, Paolo, that you're using for this marathon, to engage practitioners in the area of digital media literacy, to share best practice and to discuss ways of improving and to share whatever is needed in the area of literacy. And secondly, here in Canada, to actually experiment with schools by convening educators, young people, the media industries themselves, and thinking through what new approaches need to be taken, and to experiment in that here in Canada, and to share that worldwide.
Wow.
And thirdly, we want to share publicly what we're doing by creating a Marshall McLuhan Global Village Award for digital media literacy, and to provide awards to outstanding work or practice or insight, not just in the curriculum school setting, but through music and through video and through youth participation, to honor those people who are adding insight into the critical thinking needed in the sea we're in now, of a global village, all connected as a village.
Wow.
So that's what it's
Amazing.
about. Well, we're just getting started, Paolo, and I'm happy to share our latest board-approved document outlining this to whomever might be interested.
Wow, this is amazing. This is awesome, and we really look forward to seeing the first outcomes and the first seeds of the McLuhan Foundation. We really share the same idea that Marshall McLuhan, is, of course, is not so relevant for understanding today's media environment, today's media ecology, but there is a lot of need to apply McLuhan, to take to use McLuhan and make sense of today's world. So that's we really welcome the McLuhan Foundation, and I like to know more about what you are cooking, right?
Okay. By the way, Manor St. David Sauterne, which is a horrible white wine at the McLuhan Center.
I was wondering about the wine. Yeah.
After Monday night seminars or courses, Marshall would sometimes, with some of us who were straggling at the end of the event, go into the back room and bring out a bottle of really bad Manor St. David's, and we drink it out of styrofoam cups. Now, as awful as that sounds, the best wine I can imagine, the best wine sipping environment I've ever been in was that. As bad as the wine was, it was pretty special having Marshall pour wine for you in a cup.
Right. What about the cigar? So I'm not. I think you can see. You're right. I put you into the this iconic McLuhan's portrait. What about cigars? See, the McLuhan Center, the Center for Culture and Technology, that pretty small room in the coach house, I think was pretty smoky, right?
It was, but that was the way it was in those days. I met Marshall in the early 70s, not in the 60s, but I'd spent time with him that decade. But he spoke cigars, and the interesting, he was very absent-minded, as you probably know. Sometimes I think it was an act, but he never knew where to put his ash. So there'd be an ashtray right in front of him at the desk in a Monday night seminar, and he very often put the ash at the top of his hat. Sometimes he wore a hat, or in the cuff of his pants, right?
Wow. That sounds really funny and very McLuhan. So the idea to being outside the rules and so on. So nice that you keep these memories and you're turning these memories into practical outcomes for today's world. So thank you, David, for joining us today again. And by the way, so if you are still around tonight, so you are invited to join us again for the midnight celebration. So we will, as you know, we will cheer the McLuhan's birthday at around midnight.
Just wanted to say that I'm out at our farm. We moved to our farm just before the COVID-19 hit us. It's a 250-acre farm we turned into an artist retreat, and we were very fortunate because we're isolated here, but it doesn't feel like we're isolated. But this weekend, all our family was here. It was a very, very arduous thing to get here because they had to isolate before they all arrived and so on. And we had this marvelous weekend with the whole family here. And when I was trying to think of something profound to say at this event today, all I could keep thinking about was our family event, which led me to realize one of the impacts of COVID-19 is helping us not to take things for granted. And even getting together as a family now is not something you can take for granted, which really reminds one of Marshall McLuhan. One of his great distinguishing characteristics was not to take anything for granted. He questioned everything, every assumption, every description, every act. So this notion of paying attention, being aware, like a James Joycean epiphany or T.S. Eliot's Still Pointing the Turning World, or Wordsworth's Spots in Time, this COVID-19 gives us pause to pay attention to things that otherwise we weren't paying attention to, and to be aware of especially other people. The value of the mask, apart from everything else, it's an expression of caring for other people. It's more for other people than for yourself. This is, I think, one of the valuable offshoots of COVID-19.
Great. Hey, you bet. We will not take it for granted the great lessons that Marshall still delivering to us, and we look forward again to support the McLuhan Foundation, right? And playing with the McLuhan Foundation in the upcoming years. Okay.
And, bravo, Apollo, for pulling this off. This is just marvelous. It's not surprising coming from you, but it is really remarkable.
Thank you, David, for joining us. Thank you very much. And again, if you wish, come back later for the celebration. Thank you, David Nussbacken, and I'll bring you back. Exactly, I'll bring you back the torch, and let's move on to the next. Thank you, David. Thank you. All right. And in fact, as you see, this is going to be a very playful event, relaxed, informal, absolutely. We want to be able to think, to take serious things in a light way, but also to dig deeper into more important things. So we will play. We will be able to play today in this marathon, not only running but also playing with ideas, and playing because even Marshall McLuhan actually was a very playful person. He loved the very idea of playfulness as a way to foster our mind, our intellect, and our body, not only. And so, because we will play, our next guest, he will be presenting a special game we're gonna do today. There are some special prizes. We want to grant and award special prizes to really foster your playfulness, and playing, of course, with McLuhan's ideas, playing with the Tetrad, the laws of the media. You may be familiar in the McLuhan's community, the laws of the media, but talking about the laws of the media, I'm going to introduce our next guest who created and came up a special idea to in particular for the Global Village Day, to involve you all, folks, on Facebook, YouTube, and online. So let me present you and welcome into the Global Village Day, Ray Daly. Hello, Ray. Can you hear me?
Thank you. Yes.
Yes,
thank you.
you have. All right. I'll give you the torch. Great. And so what's going on? Let me put this on. What is the live Tetrad? It's an app. It's a special surprise you built for us today.
Yes, this is the first time I'm showing it to anyone. It's publicly available now. It's actually built on something I did about 15 years ago called Tetrad Jive to build Tetras, but it wasn't interactive as much as this one is. This one allows anyone to log in and crowdsource Tetras, just as Marshall himself talked about in his lecture in 1979 called Median Men, which is in Understanding Me. So it allows anyone to go in and suggest an answer to any of the 4 Tetrad questions. And as time goes on, there's a log of comments and additions, and you have a crowdsourced Tetrad. And so to start in the app today, there are 5 Tetrads, which are, I'm sorry, 6 because we've added 1. 6 Tetrads which are open, which anyone can contribute to. Right. And there are 10 published Tetras where you can look at Tetras that people have already published and make comments on them, but you can't change those Tetras. The open Tetrads, you can suggest new answers, and they're published for everyone or made live for everyone to see. And it's all live and interactive. It's like a chat, but a Tetrad chat.
Great. This is a brilliant idea, really a brilliant idea, Ray. And so I invite now, since now I kick off the tetrading exercise. There is an open tetrad called the Global Village, right? Right?
Correct. There is
Yeah.
one.
So feel free to, I think you have to log in with Google, and then you can, they can populate the Tetrad. So we are gonna have some special prizes for today. So let me, thanks to our sponsors, we can grant some special prizes. So thanks to the Marshall McLuhan's Foundation, this is mine, it's pretty old, but we will award a real Marshall McLuhan's Distant Early Warning, the Dew Line deck of cards.
Very special.
This is a unique rarity. So this is a special award for the best Tetrad, okay? So the most compelling, relevant Tetrad will win the special prize, the deck of cards. And then we have some other prizes. We have, this is called Tetrapad, right? It's a notepad, you see, right, this way, and you can scrabble and sketch your tetrad using this notepad. So that's another special prize. Also, where did you go? All right, here. This is another tetrad device. It's a Rubik cube.
Oh.
You see the 4 laws of media, the tetrad, which actually, just to, as a reminder, I think I have some here. How you see enhancing, flipping, reversing, or retrieving, and then obsolescence, right? So you can play with the tetrad. We have some special prizes. By the way, let me just grab a card randomly from the deck of cards. Here we are. All right. The medium is the message. This is one of the cards in the deck, designed by McLuhan in 1969. So Ray, you had a great idea. We are going to play with the tetrad. Let me show again the website. So live-tetrad.web.app. And so, folks, villagers, feel free to go there, keep tetrading, playing with the tetrads, playing with the open tetrads. Don't forget to play with the Global Village tetrad. We want to process, we want to use the laws of media created by Marshall and Eric McLuhan. We wanted to foster tetratic thinking to reimagine the global village. So thank you, Ray, for providing us with such a funny and great platform for playing with tetrads. Thank you.
Thank you very much for having me. This has been a long trip with McLuhan since the 1964 edition when I bought as a young man.
Wow. That's very nice of you. All right, so thank you, Ray, and let's keep in touch, because maybe later, every hour, every 2 hours, we will see what's going on the Tetrad live. I will keep an eye on your tetrads, and eventually, I told you, special prizes for all the villagers who will be participating and populating the Tetrad, the live Tetrad app. Okay, thank you, Ray. Thank you again. Ciao. Ciao. All right. And what's going on here? All right. So 1:04 in Toronto. Almost perfect timing for our next time slot. Next special guests from Italy and from UK. So I'm very excited for that. I wanted to test a special break I created, a 1 minute break. Let's see if it works. A 1 minute break before starting our next time slot. Also, I see one of our guests, all right, on the green screen already, on the green room. So I'm going to start a countdown to the next time slot. I'll be back in 1 minute Global Village Day. Today, 12 hours marathon, McLuhanesque marathon to rethink the global village, and see you in a minute. We are back. Global Village Day. Hello, villagers. Hello, world. Greetings from Toronto. Greetings from the Global Village. A 12-hour McLuhanesque marathon to rethink the global village, to reimagine a more sustainable future, to imagine a more open, equitable, inclusive global village in the legacy, in the tradition of Marshall McLuhan's creative insights. And so I'm very happy to start our second time slot for this marathon. I told you I will be not running alone. We have over 40 speakers from all around the world. So it's great that we are doing all this together. It's great that we are celebrating globally, internationally, our Global Village Day and the legacy of Marshall McLuhan to better understand who we are, what matters to us, to better understand the lessons we are learning from today's post-pandemic world. And so to dig deeper into these crucial questions, to really dig deeper in understanding our media environment, our media ecology, and the global village in the 21st century, it's a great pleasure to introduce our two next guests. So I will start from Luca De Biase. Luca De Biase is a chief editor at Nova 24, Nova 24, Sole 24 Ore, which is the innovation section in the main financial newspaper in Italy. Luca was awarded the James Carey Award for Outstanding Media Ecology Journalism in 2016 by the Media Ecology Association. He is a champion of media ecology. He's a champion and a prolific author. Among many other books, he wrote a book titled Homo Pluralis, being human in a technological age. Homo Pluralis, a plural human, being human in a technological age. So from Italy into the global village, welcome Luca De Biase. Hello, Luca.
Hi, thank you for having me. Here is McLuhan.
All right, bravo. You did your homework, so all right, I'll pass you the torch.
It's a Kindle version, anyway.
And I like the idea it's a Kindle, so to cross platforms, to cross media, right. So from paper, from the book to the digital media. So where are you right now? So in Italy, where exactly?
In Rome. In
Rome.
It's a very hot and sunny day here. And very happy to be here. Thank you, Paolo, for what you're doing. And thank you for the other 40 people that will help you get through all this.
Absolutely. We will get through. We will keep running all together. And because you are Italian, you are in Rome right now. So I want let me remind about the great legacy of Aldo Manutius, and Festina Lente, right? So running slowly. So speeding up and appreciate the value of what's inside. So I just came with this insight. So Festina Lente, running slowly. We are running as a marathon, but we need to stop by. We need to slow down maybe sometimes and reflect on where are we going, on the what really matters to us. So you are a journalist. We've been talking with Jeff Canoy about accountability in journalism, trustability in the way we create, share, and make sense of our information, news, and so on. Are there some lessons you are learning in this moment related to your field, journalism? Proactive journal. I would say that you are a proactive journalist. So you are a proactive media ecologist. So, what's your take on the lessons we are learning as media ecologists today?
As you know, I'm not as knowledgeable in McLuhan as anybody is listening and speaking today here, but I'm very big fan. So if you want me to comment on journalism, I guess I would say that the tetradic way to look at this is that we have enhanced the public. We have made obsolescence of the newspapers, and we retrieved the journalism as a sort of discipline. So my idea is that the reversal is that we are not going to have a journalism that is done by journalists. Is done by everybody that shares the same kind of methodology for knowing what's going on, verifying, and creating sort of information that is accountable. It's not anymore a matter of journalists or professional journalists. Everybody is doing information. We need that the methodology of journalism that used to be of journals journalist becomes a methodology for everybody, for every citizen that wants to share information.
Yeah, that's a great point. So the idea that we are all responsible, we are all involved, we are all being able to participate. Maybe it's a matter of civic participation, right?
Absolutely.
Civic duty, a civic commitment. So I think you have been writing a book on cities, smart cities, and urban participation, right? Urban engagement.
It was called civic media.
Civic media, right?
Yeah, it used to be an idea that about the fact that the social media connects people that like each other in a way, that are similar, that have something in common, that like each other, literally, that click on the like button. And that makes tribes, makes groups of people that think together, probably creates echo chambers and all other consequences. In an ecological approach, you see many consequences of this. If the platform is just interested in attracting attention in order to sell it to advertisers, then there are what economists call externalities. For example, you can have any kind of information with any kind of accountability, but the important thing is that it just gets attention. So that's the problem, because externalities, just in the ecology as it is for the whole world, externalities create problems that the company doesn't take account of, and just gives to society to deal with. We are in this process of understanding who is responsible for this kind of externalities, because when information without accountability is spread and becomes important and grabs attention, then we are creating a sort of pollution of culture. And we can work on it with the mentality that we have learned to use when we think about ecology in general. This is something that is passionating because it's something that we can do something about as citizens, as people that don't necessarily like each other, but have something in common. That live together. They live in the same city. They have a civic approach to living in the city. So there could be, there are, in fact, media that are not for people that just like each other, but people that live together and want to create a project of living together in a civic way.
Yeah. Oh, thank you, Luca, and that's very meaningful. Also, in the very idea of digital citizenship, right? So we are part of this global village in this digital world, digital village, and it's a matter of again responsibility, awareness of being good citizens, right? So the very idea of a citizenship that can be applied to this digital information world. And I like your call to action. I will call it a call to action to take seriously that and not take for granted that our information world is polluted, and we have a responsibility for making it cleaner, a better place. It's a kind of a revival of that ecological consciousness, the ecologism that fired the global imagination, I think, in the 70s, right? So the very idea of ecologism that spread back in the 70s, now it's coming back maybe as a new form. So the digital ecologism, the digital ecology, the media ecology, and activism, I think, proactive approach, as you say, that's it makes a difference as citizens, right?
Yeah, that's what I think. It's a metaphor, of course, but it's not that much of a metaphor. We are our environment. You teach it. Everybody in the media ecology understands that the media are the environment in which at least we perceive to live. So that it's exactly the same kind of complex system that we can deal with the same kind of approach. When I was young, I wear the shorts, and I was with my father, and we went protesting against a factory that spread chemicals in the river.
Right.
And it was 60 years ago. At that time, we were 4 or 5 people. There was not many that were understanding ecology and pollution. I think today people understand that. Awareness is really spread about ecological problems. When you see the meeting of people for the Fridays for the climate, you see energy, you see hope, you see people that thinks that they can make a difference for the climate in the future. I think we can earn the same kind of energy in terms of saving the media environment from pollution.
Right. Well said, well put, and I think we will be back on this as well, because there are brilliant insights to carry on, to hold the torch of this marathon. So thank you, Luca, first of all, for warming up the second time slot. I'll be back to you after introducing and chatting a little bit with our guests, and then I'll try to facilitate and foster dialogue and conversation with our guests. I'll see you later. Okay. Thank you, Luca. Thank you. And by the way, talking about tribes, folks, and so on, I see you are connected on Facebook and YouTube. So we are live streaming on the Estate of Marshall McLuhan Facebook group, the McLuhan Institute YouTube channel. So feel free to say hi, feel free to let us know that you are there, and I will I'm already inviting questions from you all, folks, just using comments. Please be brief, but feel free to share your comments, to share your questions for our special guests. And by the way, in this regard, let me just say hi to Nina. Nina will join us later today as a special guest. And James Windsor, hello, James. Feel free to say hi, feel free to let us know that you are there. And get involved, get engaged. So anytime, any minute, feel free to share your questions for our special guests, and then I will take some of them into the discussion. Okay, so this is a very conversational event. We want to foster the love of beauty, the love of participation. So we, as a community, it's important to discuss. So feel free to step in, okay, and share your thoughts. And so I say hi to Jess Rodriguez from Argentina. What a nice global village today, everywhere, all across the world. So this is absolutely great. And so our next guest, very, very happy. We cross to same continent, where we stay in Europe, but it's a different, same Europe, so to speak, actually, just as a reminder. However, let's say technically it's the same geographical continent, Schengen area. It's a very, very complicated matter. However, our next guest, special speaker, is Ryan Bishop, professor of global arts and politics, co-director of the Winchester Center for Global Futures and Art Design and Media. He's the director of research and doctoral research within Winchester School of Art at the University of Southampton in UK. He is co-editor of the journal Cultural Politics. He's also a co-editor of the book series Technicities, Edinburgh University Press. His research areas include critical theory, visual culture, urbanism, aesthetics, and the very idea of sensory perception, the way we understand the world around us through our senses, and then in the very idea of knowledge, information. So it's a great pleasure to welcome from UK, Southampton, from Winchester, into the global village, Ryan Bishop. Ryan, hello.
Ciao, Paolo.
Ciao. Thank you for your dramatic opening. So, ciao. And so, firstly, where are you exactly? So, Winchester or somewhere there?
Yes, I'm in Winchester.
Wow. So, how are you? What's going on? Let's say that to some extent, today's marathon is a what's going on event. Okay, it's a what's going on. So because we need to learn from what's going on. So what's going on there in Winchester, in UK, in your university world, in your own feelings, your own words?
As with everybody, I think we're learning to contend with the unavoidable materiality of the screen, with endless Zoom calls and Teams calls and teleconferences, and trying to figure out when the materiality of the screen might disappear into its function. Because as we know, technology, like the body and like ideology, works best when it seems not to be working at all. So another thing that we're trying to do is trying to think about how to get the university up and going and what university education is going to look like, and using it as an opportunity to take advantage of the fact that students are already incredibly polytopically displaced because they live on screen, they are in the classrooms, but they're doing both at the same time, and they've been doing this for a long time. So this has some pedagogical possibilities, we think, and so it's something that we're kind of looking into.
Right, that's absolutely great. And also I'm very curious, because of your background expertise in the field of, let's say, relationship between technologies, arts, the aesthetic qualities of the global village, the digital village, the aesthetic qualities. You know, during the lockdown, we have been locked at home, but enjoying, experiencing a lot of digital art, digital theater, digital performances. So I think one of the many lessons we are learning in this current scenario, that in digital entertainment and any form of arts actually can really foster that sense of humanity. So we need the culture, we need the creative industries to foster, to create that sustainable future. Right? Of course, health is important, food, pollution, and many other matters, but the creative mind, the creative side of our humanity, right? Which is something I think you know very well. So it's important, right, to build a better global village, to build a better digital world. So what's your take on the aesthetic qualities of this lockdown, digital lockdown?
Well, I think it's making us reconsider the very powerful. I mean, in a way, it's a wonderful exemplification of the post-digital, because we now are in a position where the digital is no longer the future. It's been our present. It is our present, and it has been our present for quite some time. So, looking at other forms, analog forms of technology, the reemergence of engaging with analog technologies. I mean, the kind of deep dive with media and media archaeology that McLuhan gestured towards, and that his good friend Walter Ong explored for a long time. So I think it's giving people opportunities to explore. At the same time, I think it's highlighting the centrality of arts and culture for people's existence, and for enriching not only their intellectual life, but their internal life, their interior life. And that this is something that governments need to pay attention to, that just the instrumental investment in economies that return profit as financial profit is something that needs to be really re-examined. I saw a New Yorker cartoon that said, even though that we've been spending all of our time watching movies and listening to music and reading during the lockdown, but there's no money for the arts. So, and I think that sort of balance of the common public good is something that really needs to be examined by governmental priorities and social priorities.
Absolutely, no, well put. The need of culture in the government agendas. So basically, it's a sort of I think we all, as media ecologists, or to some extent champions of that, we should really foster this kind of agenda setting exercise to really persuade, to really foster the public opinion on how important arts and culture, the cultural industries in general, are well, sometimes taken for granted. So, but it's important that we really advocate for them, for the cultural industries. Ryan, you mentioned the media archaeology. Is there a media archaeology? Is there a center lab for media archaeology at Southampton University, right?
Yeah, there is at the school, Winchester School of Art. I'm co-director of it it's called Archaeologies of Media and Technology. It's co-directed by myself and UC Parica. And UC is, of course, a star in this area. So I get to ride on his coattails a bit and kind of accrue some of the star quality by being associated with him and working with him. Actually, he's a very good friend, and we collaborate on a lot of things. And I have his copy of Understanding.
Oh, right, yeah, exactly. We didn't pass the torch, right. We didn't pass.
Yeah, he was able to loan it to me a while back. So anyway,
No, I was curious because there are lots of positive overlappings between the very idea of media archaeology and media ecology, right, to some extent. I do a lot of things with my students on the media archaeology. I like to learn from obsolete media. I think the obsolete media can teach us a lot on the very nature of media and technologies and any kind of human innovation. So we take media in a broader sense, as any new human artifact, any human innovation, any idea can be a medium, right? So that's why I'm very curious to foster relationship between the media archaeology and media ecology as a field of studies, and maybe building a bridge between Europe and, because media archaeology is more rooted in Europe, roughly speaking. Media ecology is more a North American thing, and maybe it's possible to build a bridge and create new research paths and explore together the beauty of Global Village.
Well, all media is, inherently material. And so that comes from the environment and it returns to the environment. And sometimes it doesn't return to the environment in a very ecologically sound way. It has lots of dangerous chemicals and metals and other sorts of things. And it's a good friend and a good colleague, Sean Cubitt, has a really nice book in another book series that I co-edit with Duke. It's called Finite Media. And he does a deep dive into an exploration of media at its limits with regard to the environment.
Great. All right, so looking forward to building bridges, intellectual bridges between North America and UK. So among the global village.
There's a lot of overlap. There are a lot of good connections.
Great. And talking about connections, actually, let me just say a few hi to our folks on Facebook and YouTube, which is Bob Bleachman from New York somewhere. Parallel Parking. Hello from South Africa. Hello, Parallel Parking. And a common friend, Ryan, which is Elena Lamberti. Elena will join us later in a few hours, the marathon from Italy. Of course, we've been running with Ryan, Elena Lamberti, and a group of researchers in Europe and Canada, Perform Migrations, that unique European project to rethink mobility and identity in the 21st century. So that was great. We have a few, Fred, ciao Paoli from Vancouver. I like Paoli, don't worry, I like Paoli. Alfonso, talking about ideology. And okay, we got a little bit more serious here, so we can take it maybe more seriously. Alfonso William, thank you, Alfonso. And then let me say hi to Moni, the Brazilian from Ottawa, and then Clinton, hello, Mahmoud, and Jane, interessante. And Elena, of course, is reminding us Ryan is a bridge himself. Okay, Ryan, you are a bridge himself, US, UK. So that's great. But that's the value of a community. So we were talking about the very idea of community beyond the actual just a sense of bubbles or closed community. So the challenge is to build an open community, right? Even to conceive the internet as an open community as well. honestly speaking, internet, it's a beautiful garden, but it's a private garden nowadays. So it's
Yes.
owned by a few major companies. It's a beautiful garden. I will not discuss about that. However, there are many issues, of course, because it's private. So we enjoy, even currently, so we are on Facebook and YouTube, we can enjoy this global village day digitally all across the world, but we are still dependent of these private platforms, right? And the business model is the real issue. That's why I do know you, even in your research for future studies, right? Because you do future studies also, right? So I think the idea of to reimagine internet as a more open, accessible, inclusive place where the business models hopefully will change, right? To be more inclusive, to be more any work, any advocacy, any take on how we can make internet a more open world, a more open platform.
It's very difficult. I mean, there are a lot of course, internet activists and people who are working to move things beyond proprietary firewalls and to our good friend Tiziana Terranova, who's long worked on the labor that is done by just simply clicking and getting all of our data hived off of various social media platforms. I think we are beginning to see a more sustained encounter with and pushback against the absolute domination of the internet by the big four. We also have various artists who have played with these concerns in the past. For example, my colleague and very good friend Alessandro Ludovico, who did the Face to Facebook and the Hacker trilogy quite some time ago now. Yes, the big four. And so he was able to, he and another Paolo were able to very intelligently and stealthily expose the ease with which the harvesting of data can be corrupted and can be turned against the major corporations. And they risked all sorts of lawsuits and a number of other things. But in the process, they created some of the most important and pivotal software artworks and activist artworks of the early part of the 20th century. 21st century, sorry.
That's amazing. And thank you for sharing that. And I think in this topic, we can bring back our fellow panelist, Luca De Biase from Rome, because I'm sure he will be able to share some thoughts about the big four and the major corporations that are centralizing internet. How can we build a more decentralized internet? So how do you address in your Luca, in your media ecological view, the presence of this centralized, of this big four or five or six, because there are many actually, let's say four, but how can we make sense and address this issue in today's global village? Luca.
Do I have a couple of days to answer? No.
Yes, yeah, it's a marathon. It's a marathon. We can keep running.
Well, it's a great question. It's fascinating. It's something that we can do something about only if we understand the issue. And it's clear that many people are happy of the things that there are now. They feel some services are free and okay, there is this privacy problem. They don't pay taxes. They are so few. They buy all the companies that innovate against them. But it's okay. It's capitalism. It's financial freedom. So what can we do? And it's really tricky to deal with this situation. So my understanding is that in terms of market capitalism and state, we have this great fight. Europe in particular is creating some problems to companies. Last week there was a very big win for one of the companies, Apple, against the antitrust in Brussels, because antitrust was asking for Ireland to ask back $13 billion of taxes. And Ireland didn't want to ask back from Apple that, because they agreed for a 1% tax on profit for Apple. The fight between state and companies continues. Madame Verstager will probably go ahead with the fight, and we don't see exactly where it goes, because citizens are not involved. They are looking at things in strange ways. Ireland people, they like the money that comes from Apple to Ireland, while other countries lose taxes and pay for that.
Right.
But the dimension that we should bring about is the dimension of community, of a very different kind of thing. It's where people know each other and have instruments and tools that scale in terms of ability to have an impact. Communities usually don't scale. So I asked one of the people that made the biggest community thing working and scaling, Wikipedia, what we should do. And Jimmy Wales said one very wise thing in my view. He said, communities don't scale. Instruments for communities can scale, which is interesting. If we work on instruments for communities, for many communities, for a lot of communities that understand what's the common good, for example, my personal data and the relationship between my data and the data of other people that live in my community, then there is something to do. For example, we can in Europe use the GDPR in proactive way, not in defensive way. The proactive way for using the GDPR is to look at Article 20. It says that we Europeans have the right to take down any personal data from any platform in standard mode and put those data in other platforms, even if they are competitors to the previous one. This is an article that is not possible to enforce unless there is a standard way to use the data and unless there are new platforms to which bring my data. And in a way, unless there is a communitarian way to download the data and use them in a common good way. That is only possible if we use the GDPR in a proactive way, not in a defensive way. I asked the president of privacy in Europe when he was leaving, he's dead now, if they decided to write the GDPR in that way to be proactive. And he said, yes, we wanted to suggest the Europeans an idea to create new platforms, to standardize data, and to create de facto a sort of relationship between platforms that stops monopoly and creates another kind of architecture. Interoperability. That was the idea. I guess that's interesting. I mean, we can work on it.
Absolutely, and I'm glad you brought it up from the European perspective. Europe, with here, its kind of a regulatory approach is making many attempts, is to some extent opening a road, right? It's opening a way to look at, like it or not, is an important attempt, even in comparison to what happens in the other side of the ocean in North America and US, where it's a completely different regulatory approach, much more neoliberalist, more related to the market than the government. So I like to see Canada particularly as in a kind of in-between situation. Even a champion of privacy matters, Anne Cavoukian, she conceived the very idea of a privacy by design, which has been embedded to some extent into the GDPR. So eventually, there are ways to balance, right, this kind of tensions between a governmental regulatory approach and a market-based regulatory approach. From outside Europe, Ryan, what's your from outside the European Union? What's your take on that?
Yeah, I mean, right now we're sitting in a weird liminal position where we're kind of para-EU, waiting in some sort of limbo about our political fate. But I mean, I guess one of the points Luca was making was about how capitalism works and how it operates within markets and those sorts of concerns, that people are happy with it and they're ready to run with it, etc. But we also need to think about where government R&D has gone and how it ends up in proprietorial places. So, for example, almost everything that operates in what is now my antiquated iPhone was developed by U.S. government R&D, and so why does that get to go to Apple? Why doesn't any of the investment of taxpayer money into this kind of research accrue back to the general common good, just in terms of financial concerns? Similarly, I think for a long time, for way too long, and it's kind of a dark way of reading things, I think the greatest justification, about the only justifications for embarking on any endeavor, large or small, by governments, societies, communities, was to make that endeavor possibly to weaponize it or to monetize it. And in a way, there's a sense that if you've achieved one, you've achieved the other. And that system has landed us in, those sorts of justifications have landed us in our current moment. And if there's any kind of glimmer of hope, maybe it resides in the fact that we now can kind of step back from it. The world has hit a bit of a pause button. And so we might be able to gain some critical distance on this global village that we've created that maybe doesn't resemble what we want it to do. Paolo, I don't think your mic is on.
Sorry. It's interesting to see that. Yeah, I like the idea that we are pausing, so we are stopping by, we are slowing down to some extent, and rethink what we like and what we used to like and we used to not like of the global village, what we can keep and what we can change, right? To some extent, this is a crucial moment to, again, we were forced to slow down, and when you slow down, the festina lente, remember the Italian Aldous Manusci's motto, festina lente, now we are slowing down, and before going forward, reflecting better on our next steps. Luca, you are complementing something about the idea of stopping by and keep what we like and change what we don't like. What do you like and what you do not like? In a nutshell, what do you want to keep and what do you want to change?
Well, it's been a very important experience for the whole world. For many countries, it is still very important. And I have the feeling that we were dominated by a sort of urgency, while we should have used that time that we were locked down to think and to do exactly what Ryan was saying. We still were dominated by something that was a sort of anxiety, an urgency to get out, to do things that were to be done immediately. And we have faced again the same old opposition between what it is important and what it is urgent. Well, I would like to throw away the urgency, and I would like to keep the importance of what we think.
Ryan, it's your take. What to keep, what to change?
Well, I think it's useful. I mean, this is the essence of critical thinking, right? And the Indo-European root of critique and criticality is cry, which means to winnow. It means to sift, to separate the chaff from the grain. And so it's a constant process, though, of learning what does nourish society, what does nourish communities. Because what we think of as chaff at one moment, like perhaps the arts and funding for the arts, turns out to be that which will sustain us. And so it's always a constant process. And if I were being asked to decide what to keep and what to throw away, I guess it would be, one of the lessons that I think that I've taken from this is to realize we don't control even what we control, especially and most importantly our technologies that are designed for control. There's always slippage, there's always breakage, stupidity, cowardice, greed, apathy. The world demands more agency from us at every turn. The climate crises make this abundantly clear. But our agency proves inadequate, meager, filled with potential, but mostly potential unrealized. Our intelligence, our craft, our skill, our empathy are nearly boundless, but they're never quite enough. It reminds me of a quote from Understanding Media, where McLuhan says, "The clown is the integral man who mimes the acrobat in an elaborate drama of incompetence." And I think this neatly sums up large parts of the global village that rides around in a clown car.
Right. And thank you for also raising the idea that it's a moment to rethink our climate emergency, right? So I think that, we've been discussing the very idea of a breakdown as a breakthrough. So, and slowing down, lockdown as a slowdown. And because we are slowing down, the climate emergency can be addressed in a different way. So we are learning that that emergency is now just part of a narrative or storytelling, but it's one with our world. It's not something separated that we will address one day. And I like the idea of putting together the ecological view from the perspective of our natural world and our information world. So we are learning how to combine. I like to quote an Italian philosopher, teaching in Oxford, Luciano Floridi, the idea of putting together blue and green as two symbolic color code for thinking about our natural environment and our information environment, in bridging them in a positive way. And that, I think, it's a nice. We're gonna have maybe a final merry-go-round. And by the way, first of all, for folks on the Facebook and YouTube, if you have a final question or any question or thoughts for our guests, please step in and I will grab your questions from Facebook or YouTube. So in the meantime, a final merry-go-round. The blue and the green, Luca, how to combine the ecological consciousness popped up on the 70s and the ecological consciousness of the 21st century for building a better global village. Your take?
Well, we had a lot of experience in the first kind of green ecological approach. We passed through very important studies like the limits of growth, or very great disasters like 3 Mile Island, Chernobyl, and Fukushima. We created consequences with our industrialization that we are going to pay for centuries, but we don't have the understanding of the whole problem in our environment. We still struggle to take action in terms of ecological approach. So we have an experience. We are aware of the problem, but we still are unable to take action. In a way, we are in a worse position in terms of media ecology. We just started to think the media in that way and to bring together the two problems. But I guess that the solution to be able to the problem, to be able to take action for the ecological problem, will come at the same time in which we will understand how to really redefine our media environment and make it ecological again, if it is possible. So the way we will tell us about the future in terms of media is the way we will tell about the future of the planet. They merge. They are the same color, the blue and the green, and the green. And I guess that the synthesis is in the way we conceive the narrative for our project of life.
Wow, that's a very nice take. Thank you, Luca. Still a few minutes before our next time slot. I must actually take from Clinton, so because it's a specific question to Ryan, but Siegfried Gideon, he was in touch with McLuhan, of course, even here in Toronto, and that's there's a great continuity and resonance between the two. So anonymous history, Clinton is very well known in our community for making such philosophical statements and questions. So thank you, Clinton, for your question. Any Ryan, any idea about the anonymous history and the media archaeology? And it reminds me also of the very idea of a hyper history, which is fashioned nowadays. So Ryan, any final thoughts so to reconnect the media archaeology and possibly looking forward to our future?
The pithy, succinct response to the question is yes. A briefly more elaborate one would be that Gideon's a number of elements of Gideon's anonymous history plays a particular role, because one of the things that media archaeology looks at is dead media and wants to reanimate it to see what kinds of lessons we might be able to learn from it. Because one of the things that the archaeological approach does is, similarly to, say, diachronic explorations of language, is to unseat simplistic synchronic usage and to realize that there is a tyranny operative in the copula to be. That is, this is the way things are. And it's the way they are now. They weren't always such, and they could be otherwise. So that gestures as well to the idea of how do we begin to rethink the ecosphere, the biosphere, in relation to the infosphere and the technosphere.
Great. Now, thank you for sharing that. And, Ryan, I'm not sure you all were able to listen. There was a nice serendipity while you were speaking. I heard the bells from chair. It was you, Ryan? Or Luca?
Yes, I have a bell under my desk here.
Oh yeah, and it reminds me that
ring on the hour. No,
yeah, it reminds me the idea of the village, right? And the village, there were the bells, and there all that kind of pace was able to gather people together, was able to make sense of the time passing. So it was a nice serendipity. Your clock, your bells, Ryan, were such a nice compliment for this global village. So in any village, we deserve the nice clock. So thank you for bringing the 20, not 20. I think the clock is a 12th century technology on the churches. I think Louis Mumford talks about the bells on the church. And so anyway, so it was a great discussion. So I want to thank you again, Luca De Biase from Rome, Italy, Ryan Bishop from Manchester, UK, for joining us into the global village. The torch must be passed on among all of us. The torch is Gutenberg Galaxies, the Understanding Media, Marshall McLuhan's Understanding Media. Thank you again, Ryan. Thank you, Luca.
Grazie.
Thank you. Grazie a voi.
Grazie. And I'll see you in a minute for the next time slot. So we are sharp. It's 2 p.m. in Toronto, getting ready for the next time slot of this Global Village Day, our 12 hours marathon exploring the Global Village. I will see you in 1 minute. We are back. Hello world, hello villagers, Global Village Day, 12-hour marathon, intellectual marathon, retrieving the legacy of Marshall McLuhan to better understand who we are, what matters to us in this post-pandemic world. And so, before getting started, I see our special guests on the green room. So we have a green room. I see our guests waiting for. So in a minute, I'll give them the room. But let me do a little bit of housekeeping before getting started. Our third segment. Again, it's a marathon. We are running. We have our torch to keep the flame of the global village alive, so to pass on the legacy of Marshall McLuhan's prescient insights. A little bit of housekeeping. First of all, live Tetrad. Be reminded, we launched there's a special contest, a special game tonight, all day long. We will play with live Tetrads. Just made by one of our folks, Ray, that created this platform, live-tetrad.web.app, which is a platform for crowd create tetrads. There are many open tetrads, so you can log in and then put your insights on, share your insights. Among many other open tetrads, there is a tetrad we want to master, we want to learn and explore tonight, the global village. So we are tetrading the global village. So essentially, the tetrad, it's a very easy but very deep idea. So asking what does that medium, that human innovation, that human artifact, what does it enhance, what does it improve, or what does it retrieve and bring back from the past, what does it reverse or flip into, and what does it make obsolete. So just tetrading, this is a beautiful heuristic tool created by Marshall and Eric McLuhan to really foster critical thinking, critical understanding, and again, playing with words, playing with concepts, playing with ideas, and mastering. So the best tetrad, the best insights coming from this Tetrad live app will win a unique Marshall McLuhan. This is a rarity. This is an antique treasure. The Due Line, the Distant Early Warning deck of cards. And here you see one of the cards, the medium is the message. And then we have some other gifts, such as the Tetrapad and the Rubik, the Tetra Cube here, the Rubik Cube, again based on the Marshall McLuhan status. So feel free to enjoy and game because we are all in a kind of multitasking modality. I know you are at home enjoying your coffee, your tea, or whatever. We are streaming any latitude live, so there are people from over 12 countries as a special guests, and I'm sure even online there are many. So feel free to share your Tetrad, your live Tetrad on this app, live.tetrad.web.app. Okay, so feel free to. Oh, and by the way, Ray Daly just posted a comment on our Facebook page linked to the Global Village Tetrad, so you can just click on that. And by the way, we are live streaming, so we are live. We are live on the Marshall McLuhan official Facebook page and the McLuhan Institute. Thank you, Andrew McLuhan, the director of the McLuhan Institute, for welcoming us, for hosting us for this live streaming. So we are live streaming from the Facebook page, the Marshall McLuhan Facebook page, the McLuhan Institute YouTube channel, and feel free to say hi on the chat, on the comments. Okay, so we want to hear from you. We want to, I want to invite questions. Let us know, where are you connected from, what are you feeling? Share your comments, share your questions, and I'll be able to bring you into the discussion. Okay, this is a very conversational event, right? We are exploring the beauty of conversation, the beauty of dialogue, in order to really understand and rethink the global village today, right? So taking McLuhan's ideas and bringing them to a new life in order to, again, understand what really matters to us in a post-pandemic world? What are the lessons we are learning in this current situation? So there are many lessons, and in order to learn more, in order to share the lessons we are learning, we have 3 more special guests for this time slot. I'm going to introduce you some of them one by one. In the meantime, let me say hi to Renato from Brazil. Hello, Renato. And let me say hi to Sun Wukong, which is Riwaji from India. Riwaji, hello. Riwaji will be with us later tonight. It's a beautiful story. I'll tell you later. And then Matthew Collins and many others joining us on Facebook and YouTube. You see a lot of comments, Sal quoting, so nice. Get involved, okay? Feel free to say hi, feel free to share your comments, to share your insights, and even possibly share some questions for our next special guests. So it's now time to introduce our special guests for this time slot. So our next guest in the Global Village Day is Angela Kriwani, full professor of media studies and digital media at the Institute for Medienwissenschaft of the Philipps Universität in Marburg. She is among many other publications in the field of media studies. She is the co-editor of Canadian Ecologies Beyond Environmentalism, featuring contributions by European and Canadian experts in media, culture, art history, and literary studies. So it's a great pleasure to welcome from Marburg, from Germany, maybe Marburg, I'm gonna ask, from Germany into the Global Village, Angela Kriwani. Hello, Angela. How are you?
Hi, Paolo. Hi, nice seeing you. Thank you for inviting me, and I love being a part of this event.
Thank you for joining us. Firstly, where are you? Where are you physically located? So you are in the Global Village right now.
I'm in the Global Village right now, and I'm in Marburg, and Marburg is very close to Frankfurt. Marburg, but it's not very well known. It's a little typical German university town, but it's close to Frankfurt, and Frankfurt may be the bigger place and the better known place.
Yeah.
So,
but Marburg is well known in the field of philosophy, the Marburg School, right? And many other thinkers, Panofsky, Riegeler, Wolflin, that to some extent have orbited around Marburg. So it's nice to acknowledge that Marburg, this little town, I've never been there, but this little town provided the right kind of subsoil for an entire tradition of studies. So you are a champion of that school to some extent, right? So you're still in the same continuity, genealogical, the same genealogical. It's important. It's important.
Let's hope for that.
And Angela, just I was wondering, Angela, how did you come to the North American McLuhan studies from Europe? So what's your entry point into the McLuhan's world and the North American media studies? What's your entry point?
Maybe the entry point is a television theory, because television is a not very well regarded medium in Germany, and it's regarded as a low cultural value medium. And this is what McLuhan taught us to value television, to understand the medium television, and to understand the range of television and the activities of television in the form of a global village, and bringing people together in the global village. I think I entered media theory through television research and through the idea of sort of acting on a global scale and being connected to other human beings around the globe.
All right, great, makes a lot of sense. And a little bit of fact checking. Matthew Collins from YouTube is asking, Marburg, a name of a bioweapon disease?
Yes, it's there.
Oh, yes.
It's
All right.
actually there. It's a
All
Marburg
right.
virus. Yeah.
So we are better
It's
than Google, friends. So in a minute, we got the answer to the Matthew's question. So Matthew, thank you for sharing your curiosity. Right? We need to foster curiosity. And by the way, I see Daniel McGowan from Detroit, so or Scott trying to Tetrad baseball as a sport. And by the way, guys, folks, I like to use the very word Tetrad as a verb. So to Tetrad, tetrading. I think it makes sense. And so feel free to Tetrad everything we say, everything we do. Okay, today is the Global Village Day. It's a Tetrad day. It's a Laws of Media Day. And so feel free to share your Tetrads. And so Angela, great. What about just before going to introduce and bring our your actually fellow guests for today. So are you teaching this moment? So what about the university business there in Germany?
Oh, the semester has just ended last week. Last week was the last week of teaching, and we are going for a summer. Teaching has been a real challenge because we sort of changed into online teaching within 2 weeks. So everything went online and was streamed. And it was very new to everybody.
You started the semester in January before the lockdown, and then you had to switch?
No, Germany is different. Germany starts in April 15.
April, okay. So there was a full online semester.
Full online.
Right.
Online. Everything was online because everything was in lockdown. So we couldn't teach.
Right.
So we had to teach online.
Had to, in a few weeks, rethink the way you teach. Rethink.
In 2 weeks.
Rethink the medium and the message. Right? Rethink both, because a new medium, online delivery mode, means a new way of delivering a new content, a new message. Absolutely. So just ended. Eventually, you survived the first online term. Right.
We survived and we learned a lot. We got into new relationship with the student. There was new hierarchies. We sort of learned of the tools, how to use the tools, how to find new forms of communication, how to broaden our approach of teaching. And I really liked it. I think it was a very, very good experiment. Apart from the teaching in presence is nicer. It's more human. But I think we learned a lot, and we try to re-enter it into our reality teaching when we come back to teaching in a presence or in a room.
Yeah. No, I'm pleased to listen that you are saying that you learned a lot. So I totally agree. So we are learning a lot in this moment. So I like to call the pandemic, the lockdown, as an intensifier. So everything is much more intense right now. So, and when there is intensity, everything goes, to some extent, it goes faster, and we can learn. We are more sensitive to learn. It's time to learn. It's time to reflect, and possibly before stepping forward, taking the right decisions, taking the right choices, right? So in order to build a better global village. So to some extent, I'm forcing a little bit today to conceive the very idea of global village as a sustainable future. So I have this kind of dream in mind, right? How to build a sustainable future. And maybe that romantic way of the global village back in the 60s from McLuhan maybe is no longer so romantic, or there are some issues in the global village we need to fix. And so, Angela, we will keep discussing about these topics. I want to know more about the lessons you learned from this current situation. I want to know more about your scholarship. I'll be back to you in a little while after introducing your fellow guests. Okay, Angela?
Okay.
All right.
Okay.
I'll see you in a little while. Thank you. And all right. And by the way, so questions are popping up. I see Rodrigo, Palagno, would the global village flip into the noosphere? Actually, I think the global village, to my mind, retrieves the noosphere. So to some extent, McLuhan rooted the very idea of global village among many other intellectual ideas, Ezra Pound, firstly, but McLuhan was pretty well rooted into this. There's a Jesuit biologist, Pierre Teilhard de Chardin, and the very idea of noosphere. And I think, Rodrigo, I will put it into retrieves rather than flipping. However, because the noosphere has a long standing and horizon in its third phase, maybe it will be also flipping. So we'll see. Nice that you brought it up, and we will keep discussing about the noosphere. And so any McLuhan and Teilhard de Chardin expert, step in to share your ideas on the noosphere. I like the idea of sphere and no, and the global village as, again, rooted into the noosphere. That's my take. And thank you for sharing sustainability without technocracy, Matthew. Thank you. And all right. So next guest. We like artists. We like looking at things from different perspectives. And by the way, let me say hi to my alter ego over there. You know, this is symbolical visual. So the idea that we want to look at our global village from different perspectives, and in the global village we need all kind of people, all kind of persons, and we need artists, raconteurs, storytellers to make sense of the global village. That's why our next guest, Jerry Felka, it's an artist. He's an artist, a writer, and a self-defined paramedia ecology. I'm not ecologist. I'm not sure what that means. That means I'll ask maybe later. So artist, writer, paramedia ecologist, lecturing worldwide on experimental film, avant-garde, and subversive social media. So we need artists to subvert our media environment, to create an anti-environment, right? Isn't it? And so I do welcome, I'm very happy to welcome in the Global Village the artist, writer, and paramedia ecology, Jerry Felka. Hello, Jerry.
Hello, Paolo, and welcome to you and everyone on the Global Theater. We're in the Global Theater.
All right. The Global Theater.
Marshall updated Global Village from 1950 and updated it to the Global Theater in 1968. So we're all crew, and there's no passengers, and thank God for you for putting this together, Paolo. Thank you.
Great. And according to the metaphor of the global theater, in fact, the good Alex Kuskis, the mind behind the McLuhan Galaxy blog, and also an expert in publishing, online learning, and the real media ecologist, Alex Kuskis, is reminding us the idea of the global theater. And if we want to keep this analogy in mind, we are not travelers in the global theater. We are performers, right? So we do perform in the global theater. What do you perform in the global theater, Jerry?
Well, I would encourage everyone to flip into their opposite. This is what Marshall really stressed. Carefully make plans and then do the opposite. So many people who study McLuhan, like you're having on the best, the creme de la creme today, don't realize that Marshall said the greatest guide to media is Finnegan's Wake by James Joyce. It is a tremendous study of the action of all media upon the human psyche. Marshall said, in order to understand me, you have to study Finnegan's Wake, and that is read it out loud with a group of people. So you have the lesson I learned from everydayness, the epiphany in everydayness. The lesson I learned is to have the courage and bravery to read Finnegan's Wake out loud with a group of people. And
Right.
Marshall actually knows that Joyce in 1939 invented the internet and disguised it as a book. But indeed, now it's what's after the internet? Well, it's Zoom. So actually, what Joyce invented was Zoom. So Zoom is us here right now. The hidden ground is Wyndham Lewis. Artists live in the present and write a detailed history of the future. You know this by doing your wonderful webinars, that people are more attentive than if we were in a room at the Coach House. Their eyes would be wandering. With Zoom, you are more attentive. It is technology makes us more human. So,
Right. There is a nice joke nowadays. The more you zoom, the less you focus.
Well, that's a joke, and that's what we're all about, jokes. But you should know that even Andrew McLuhan had the great opportunity as a baby to be held in Marshall's hand. Marshall had a stroke and he was speechless. And as a baby, Andrew would babble to Marshall, his granddad. So they spoke Finneganese together. So this is rewording, reinventing is very important. And this is what Andrew just reinvented. Finnegan's Wake is a red herring. Notice you're reading a book out loud and you're flipping an eye experience into an ear experience. So you have to read it out loud. Marshall was constantly reinventing. And this is the challenge we have, is to come up with new questions and new metaphors. So you pulled that card. That's called psychic. Yeah, you pulled that card. That's called conceptual continuity by Frank Zappa. Marshall called it complex clairvoyance. Mediumism massages 1957, Paolo. He updated it to the user as content in 71.
Sure.
This update, then the SI and the SC squares from 1960 were updated to the laws of media, the Tetrad in 1974. So it's a constant flipping, refreshing, rebooting. And so that's the challenge. The challenge to all you media ecologists, all you great people who study Marshall in academia, you won't read Finnegan's Wake out loud with a group of people. Here's your chance. Finally, wake up.
In fact, hold on, wait a minute. Absolutely. So, all people are wondering now in the chat, I'm sure, in the chat, in Facebook and YouTube comments and so on. So, sure, we didn't prepare actually then, we didn't get prepared, but Jerry, I bet, is going to read aloud for us a fragment of James Joyce, Finnegan's Wake. You said Finneganians, as you said?
Finnegan's is the name of the book.
Yeah. You said the language. You mentioned the way.
Finneganese.
Finneganese. Okay, so he will speak. He will read aloud the a fragment, a portion, a small fragment of the Finnegan's Wake, and so Jerry will bring us into that kind of oral, acoustic world that made Marshall McLuhan's theoretical framework thinking. And I like the idea that you are presenting many different ideas from Marshall in a very consistent way. So there is a continuity, there is a consistency. democracy. The museum is the message, the user is the content, and so on. And so I like to really take advantage of Jerry's presence tonight. However, I'll stop you here, Jerry, if you don't mind. So I'm going to introduce our next, your guest, fellow guest for today, and then eventually we will, of course, please think about what fragment, what excerpt from Finnegan's Wake you can read aloud to us. Okay, so. All right, thank you. Thumb up. Thank you, Jerry. It's unstoppable. You see, the artist is always unstoppable. We need that. And by the way, I just realized that I said Ezra Pound. I meant to say Wyndham Lewis which is credited for putting together the very idea of the global village that then McLuhan was able to retrieve and readjust. And I'm keeping an eye on the chat. Finneganese, right? Needs an Irish accent voice. No, I'm not the right person for the Irish accent, but I think Finneganese would work in the global village. We don't mind about the accent, we mind about ideas. Okay. And by the way, Peter is saying now the first time we have a Finneganese broadcast. Yes, absolutely. Very excited. So stay tuned. In a few minutes, Jerry will perform, because we are performers in the Global Theatre. Jerry will perform some Finneganese with the Irish, of course, the Irish accent, online, live on the Global Village Day. So great. And like we are pretty warm already, so we were warmed up, and now it's time from Germany to Jerry, I think it's in US, and go go a little bit down southbound in Brazil for our next special guest. Our next special guest for this time slot is Vinicius Andrade Pereira. Has a PhD in Communication Studies at the Federal University of Rio de Janeiro, as an adjunct professor at the University of Rio de Janeiro State, where he coordinates the post-graduation research program in communication, technology, and culture. Yes, professor in communication, State University of Rio de Janeiro. I say that, and he is the author in the McLuhan's community. He is well known for this work. He is the author of Extending McLuhan from the global village to the World Wide Web. And so, from Rio de Janeiro, it's a great pleasure to welcome into the global village Vinicius Andrade Pereira. Vinicius, hello, how are you?
Hi, Paolo. Thanks for having me here. I'm fine. And congratulations for this huge and beautiful work you are doing today, remembering and evoking McLuhan's thought around the world.
Right, no, thank you for joining us. And again, remember, I'm just igniting the fire, but you are the fire. You all, folks at home, the guests. So as a community, we are the wood for burning ideas, for inflaming our global village. And by the way, did you bring the torch,
Sure.
Annie McLuhan? All right.
Sure.
We didn't
Actually, I have two torches. First one I bought when I was in Toronto. It's a original 1964 edition. I lost the cover, but it is a
original paperback edition. Paperback edition. Yeah.
And I have a Brazilian one.
Oh wow! So look, Brazil Italian. Osmeios de Comunicação. Okay, de Comunicação.
That's
Osmeios de Comunicação.
Yeah.
And by the way, there is a funny story on the Italian edition translation title.
Really?
Yeah, I'll tell you. It's been translated soon after published in Canada. So in '67, so 3 years later, has been published in Italian in Italy. And the Understanding Media, they translated the title as literally as tools for communication tools. And this is funny because according to McLuhan, media are not just tools and are not just for communication, for a communications tool. And so it was a kind of funny story in the Italian scholarship. In fact, then eventually, a few years later, thanks to the great McLuhan's champion and media scholar Peppino Ortoleva, the new edition of Understanding Media here has been retranslated, including the title. And finally, the title now is literally Capire i media, which means understanding media. So finally, after more than 40 years, they got the right translation in terms of the actual McLuhan's intentions. However, let me say also that in the 60s, the very word media, it was not so popular. That's why I understand in the 60s they couldn't use the very word media. It was a brand new word. And nowadays, in fact, it's very popular. Are there many McLuhan's books translated into Portuguese?
I think we have maybe the most important War and Peace in Global Village, and I think we have the most important translated to Portuguese. But for instance, the last one, like Laws of Media, we don't have translation.
Okay,
so.
Laws of Media has not been translated into Portuguese. Okay, let's do a call to action. Friends, folks in Brazil, or any Portuguese speaker and so on. Let's get Laws of Media translated into Portuguese, right? Which is one of the most important McLuhan's books.
I think
also
so.
because it was co-authored, with Eric McLuhan. Actually, the very idea of the Laws of Media, it's Eric's and Marshall's. So we want to remember Eric's.
It's very important. Eric was a very important co-author with Marshall in many works, and people need to be aware of this. I had the opportunity to be with Eric almost 10 years ago here in Brazil, and we talked a little bit about this. And we had plans to translate Laws of Media, but unfortunately, it didn't happen until now. But maybe, who knows?
No, absolutely. Great memory of Eric McLuhan, always in our hearts and minds. Such a great legacy, right? And I'm happy that Andrew McLuhan is holding the torch for the McLuhan Institute to really preserve
Great, Andrew.
Great. And also Rodrigo from Brazil, claims that the actual literary translation is communication media as extensions of men, right? So
that's right.
That's thing. È muito importante, Alphonse from Brazil. All right, thank you. And Vinicio, how, just one out of curiosity, what's your entry point into Marshall McLuhan's world? Communication studies, media studies. What's your take on McLuhan's scholarship?
Actually, my background is in psychology. I did my undergraduate studies and also my master degree in cognitive psychology. And when I was starting my PhD, I was quite interested in technology and society, but I never had read McLuhan. So in that time, I discovered McLuhan. I was completely crazy. It was a kind of turning point in my life. And so I decided to apply for a scholarship in Brazil, and through this scholarship, I could go to Toronto to McLuhan program. I was there under Derek Deckerkov advisory. It was a great moment when I realized that to understand better the relationship between technology, society, and mind, I had to have McLuhan as the core of my thesis. So I began to study memory, how McLuhan never explicitly talked about memory, but memory, if you understand as a kind of language, and medium is the message, so medium has language, so you could connect memory with McLuhan's work. And so that was my thesis, and so I was 6 months in McLuhan program, and it was an amazing time. Yeah,
great. And by the way, no, thank you for remember that. And also Derek the Kirkov will join us at 4 p.m. Toronto local time, so in a little bit more than an hour will join us, so stay tuned to join with Eric, with Derek as well. All right, Vinicius, I'll be back to you. I'm gonna do a second merry-go-round, and because Angela is there, Jerry is getting ready for the Finnegan's Wake, so I'll be back to you. Maybe we will dig deeper into the lessons we are learning.
Sure.
I want to know more about what's going on there in Brazil and Rio. Okay, I'll see you later.
Okay, go ahead.
All right, thank you. And and by the way, so just so that GRID, Grupo de Pesquisa em Interacos Digitals, there is an old edition of Laws of Media in Portuguese. Great. So take action plan, call to action. Let's retrieve that old edition of Laws of the Media in Portuguese, and let's get that published again, right? So the world deserves a new edition of Laws of Media published in Portuguese in Brazil. So there are a lot of there's a strong McLuhan's legacy there, and so all right. So call to action. Folks from Brazil or from elsewhere. So let's have the Laws of Media published again. All right. I see discussions going on the chat. Again, feel free to share. Feel free to share your questions, your insights for our guests, actually. And in fact, I'll be back to Angela. Angela, where are you? Here you are. All right. So, Angela, that's the moment. So, do you have any? You have the torch, Angela?
Oh yes,
right.
I've got two. I've got the English version.
Right.
And I've got the German version.
Oh, I like that.
And it even gives the English title down there.
That's interesting. The Magician Canal,
which means the magic channel.
Right.
And it's nice. It's an ear with an earring as an antenna.
Right, an antenna. The antenna of the ray. Media is the antenna of the rays.
Interesting. And it's from.
Hold on 1 second. Can you shout? Right, I'll put it back. Yeah, all right. This is bigger. The Magician Canal.
The magic channels, and it's understanding media down there.
Beautiful. Well, thank you. So you see the torch. So this is our torch for the marathon. Great. And Angela, so what's I wanted to address the core question for the Global Village Day. So the lessons we are learning from the current scenario. So in a nutshell, so what's the main lessons you are learning from this current scenario, or we as a society are learning? So what's your learning?
I think the main lesson is that we cannot go on as we have been doing for the last 100 years by way of technology and exploiting the earth and exploiting other human beings. I mean, here in Germany, we are really getting aware of the unjust working conditions of a lot of people, of a lot of immigrants from the outer borders of the EU. And so we have to find a new approach to culture, to working dimensions. We have to find a new approach to nature, like the sort of ecological questions. And I think a very good thing for us to learn is to bring together aspects of environmentalism and media questions under the cover of media ecologies. How do we react with nature? How is nature transmitted into media? And what kind of media do we want? Do we want the, yeah.
I agree. And just wondering, is there such a thing as environmental humanities in Europe, Germany? Environmental humanities.
Yes, environmental humanities is to integrate questions of environmentalism into media studies. So
here in Toronto is getting. I mean, there is a great network of environmental humanities. And I think it's a good take, right? To reframe humanities in general in getting into different fields. So I was wondering, basically, your work, your studies, to some extent, fall under the banner of environmental humanities, right? And is there any? So are you also involved in comparative media studies, right? Comparative literature.
Yes, studies. I mean, actually, I'm coming from literary studies. Right. I sort of majored in English literature and sort of moved into media studies. So it's just a new way to open up literary studies, media studies as a kind of cultural studies and as a new form of humanity, not the old-centered, human-centered humanities, but a more broader approach, which is less anthropocentric.
Yeah, I'm glad you said that because I call it the entry point, right? So we came to McLuhan from different doors. I came to McLuhan from the door of aesthetics and continental philosophy, but the most genuine door for McLuhan actually is literature. And so it's nice that you eventually came to McLuhan through the door of literature, and I think other guests later tonight will join us from that very door, and Jerry as well. Jerry will bring us a lot of literature take on that. All right, Angela, I'll be back to you for a final merry-go-round.
Okay,
and still thinking on your entry point. Very, very, very good entry point. Thank you, Angela. Thank you. All right. And I was keeping an eye on the chat as Riensenstan. Ezra Pound was the one who identified the artist as the antenna of the race? Yes, correct. Bingo. Mac quiz. Bingo. No, it's a great idea, right? So the antenna, able to capture, to grasp the social imagination. And what is actually to be questioned is the very definition of artists. The artist. Who is the artist? Are there still artists in today's world? So we will talk more about that. So we don't have to fulfill everything now. So we have plenty of time. It's a marathon, 12 hours. I feel, when you feel that you have plenty of time to accomplish your mission. So, and thank you folks on Facebook and YouTube for joining us. And in fact, Andrea Gabban is asking, is there an Italian edition of Laws of Media? And I told you, we are faster than Google. In a few seconds, Elena said, yes, in Italy too. It's also called no, eco-critics is. I'm not sure that that's the answer for the laws of media. Okay. Anyway, so still googling. All right. So let me know what's going on. And Elena said, "Go Angela. Literary media studies go together. Brava, 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 brava. Kudos to all literary scholars. Kudos to all." Literary scholars. And talking about rethinking McLuhan, yes, the artist is the man or woman of integral awareness. So the is the human is the person of integral awareness. So we are updating McLuhan's jargon, and the very extensions of man are extensions of humans, maybe. Who knows? All right. I see you are chatting, you are commenting. Thank you again, my folks, my friends. Thank you for joining us from the Global Village on Facebook and YouTube. Feel free. If you have questions for our guests, I'll give you the word. I'll give you the opportunity to share your question, and they will. So I do invite questions. Okay, so feel free to share. And talking about literary sensitivity, talking about the value of symbolic thinking and literary thinking. Jerry, where are you, Jerry? Jerry, Fialka. All right. Are you getting ready? Are you getting ready for reading aloud on the Global Village?
You'll see right there in Finnegan's Wake, there's a picture of the nose going like this with the hand. So this is illustrating what Donald Thiel said, that Marshall teased people to believe his percepts were concepts. Yes. And so that's why you're going to all read out loud one word from Finnegan's Wake: laugh, tears. So
well said.
You fall and you get back up. You laugh and you cry. And James Joyce actually put Marshall's name in Finnegan's Wake on page 254. It is Marshall McLuhan. He refers to the Clio Awards, which is about advertising. Marshall's first book was
The Mechanical Bride,
into Poe's Maelstrom. So again, the challenge to be brave, to have courage, for all media ecologists to join on Zoom the 52 Finnegan's Wake reading clubs and try it at least once. So many of you have never even tried it. And reword. So, Cameron of New McLuhan Sciences helped me understand this better. How do we reword and reinvent McLuhan? Marshall said something political. He's not usually known as a political guy. And Marshall said, why? Here's the question. Why must we continue to mow down the Kennedys in order to illustrate that the hot politics of the old machines won't work on the evolving TV medium? Cameron reworded McLuhan, reinvent. Why must we continue to try to make high def work in order to illustrate that it won't work? High definition is going out to be alone. Marshall said that we stay inside to be together. That's Zoom. And we go outside to be alone. High def is unbalanced. Low def is balanced. Cameron flipped Croker's techno panic into jujitsu. So etymologically, jujitsu is art and science redirecting opponent's power, the act of harmony. So we can do this by pursuing the study of Finnegan's Wake and really engaging in it. Your previous guest mentioned TV. Marshall said when we 60s people went to college, we didn't watch TV anymore. We took LSD. Go on YouTube and see Marshall saying reading Finnegan's Wake out loud with a group of people is like tripping on LSD. I've talked to highbrow media ecologists. They go, because they've never tried it. Just try it once. Read Finnegan's Wake out loud with a group of people.
All right. And so, I'll give you 1 more minute, 2 more minutes, Jerry.
Yeah.
More real than real.
More real than real. And you know,
real.
we could go into spliteracy because, you know, we're standing on the shoulder of so many giants. And like your fellow Italian Umberto Eco, who studied McLuhan and Finnegan's Wake a lot. And one of the people who doesn't get signed and really looked up to is Mary Jane Schultz. She advised Marshall at the first media ecology conference in the Bahamas with Bucky Fuller, Norman Mailer, Ivan Illich on the Gaia philosophy, goddess culture. She invented the word spliteracy. Look at that with a dollar sign. So, you know, we probe the hidden psychic effects of how literacy and how we can cope with the unintended consequences, invent new questions and new metaphors to handle this. There's no crises. It's Marcel Duchamp who hung out with Joyce. He said, there's no solution because there's no problem. It's Marshall's suspended judgment. It is like you with your wonderful webinars. How do you reword? You mean my whole fallacy is wrong? Here's Paolo's rewording. You mean my whole Zoom is on? It's on forever. We're going on. We're always on. Great music is one just happens to come in at that part. They're always playing on that day. Music, all times are happening now. All Zooms are happening now. Thank you so much, Paolo. You are a wonderful human for doing this. In 12 hours, way to go.
Thank you. You're so kind, Jerry. And all right, so think about in 1 minute. Oh, that's sanity close. I didn't see that. All right, think about 1 minute, but 60 seconds. We are going to listen later in a few minutes in religious respect a 1 minute James Joyce verse. Okay, so find a 1 minute please 1 minute James Joyce Finnegan's Wake verse to conclude this in a second. I'm going to have a final merry-go-round and then 60 seconds of pure Finnegan's Wake. All right, thank you. And in fact, Angela, let me say hi to Vinicius and Angela, because we have, you know, this blast from Jerry and Finnegan's Wake. I'm pretty excited about that. But we scholars, let's say we serious scholars in the field, we need to cope with this. We need to balance, right, that kind of artistic imagination and the more structured approach, right, to understanding what's going on around us. Some very brief, please, final remarks. The lessons we are learning from the current scenario, final remarks from your contribution to the global village. Vinicius first, and then Angela. Vinicius, over to you. Your brief final remarks.
Well, Paolo, I think, first of all, we have to think that to live a pandemic moment like we are living in a connected world as we have now, it's a new thing. We have opportunity to share experience. We have opportunity to learn with different kind of culture, and it's a blast. We can think that in the past we couldn't share our experience and our knowledge as we can do it now. And at the same time, I think we have to rethink our education, because I think we are always preparing people to market. I mean, we are always preparing people to earn, to improve incomes, and we are not preparing people for life in a broad sense. I mean, and what philosophy used to call the good life. And so when we think that we have the privilege to live our lives in a home without going out to fight for food, and there are a bunch of people doing going out and working daily for food, and our life is at the same time we can stay home because this kind of people are on the street, fighting for food. And so we have at the same time to erase the boundaries between empirical and practical jobs and illustrated and very well educated jobs, So I think we have both challenge at the same time, prepare people for life. It means for different kind of life, for a kind of war, a kind of pandemic moment, and at the same time to understand that our lives are connected, and we need the guy that bring me pizza, and we need the teachers think this moment. And again, I would like to thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you, Vinicius, for such nice words and for reminding us the very value of connectedness, the value of togetherness, which in particular in these days make a lot of sense to rethink the global village. So thank you again, Vinicius. Angela, your very brief final remarks, please.
Okay. I think we should turn away from the old habits and try to learn from the young people and their protest for a new world and a new environment. And I finally really think we should learn from the arts. We have this very long art tradition from James Joyce, media art, Roy Escott, interconnectedness, and we can trust this. And my way of looking at the arts, we are getting into the new interconnected structures, the global village, and this will be our way to unite a lot of things which are separated until now, like art and science and knowledge and effects. So yes, thank you for bringing me into this, and I hope you're going well further on. And wish you a lot of energy for standing through this marathon you're planning.
Yeah, but you are my energy. You all, special guests and folks, are my fuel, my energies for doing that. So thank you again. And we have a final grand finale for this time slot. We are running slightly late. I see our next guests are on the green room. So we have a green room. I saw our next guests, so it's all good. And so we have a grand finale for the Finnegan's Wake reading. Jerry, only Joyce or only James Joyce, okay?
Yeah, well, a guy goes to heaven and St. Pete's at the door with Wi-Fi, high-speed Zoom screen, and the guy goes, "You have Zoom in heaven?" And he goes, "That's all we have." That's
right.
Well, I'm in heaven. Here we go.
All right, 30 seconds. James Joyce, Finnegan's Wake, read aloud by Jerry Fialca. Jerry, over to you. James Joyce.
This is all wrong because you have to look at the text, but we'll do it. I'm in heaven, Paolo. Thank you. Was he pitched for an example? 3 stout swinehurts, Orion of the Orgias, Marshall McLuhan, the Ibsen Dada, clipped from Clio clippings. Thank you, Paolo. We're in heaven. Here we are. Thank you, Paolo.
Thank you all. And
Bravo,
we
Paolo.
are thank you, Vinicius Andrade Pereira, Angela Crewani, Jerry Falca. We are getting ready for the next time slot. A lot of new special guests. The torch, yes, please pass on the torch for our next segment, and I'll see you in 1 minute. Global Village Day. I'll see you in 60 seconds. Ciao. We are back. Global Village Day. Hello, hello, hello world. Hello villagers. 3:04 p.m. in Toronto local time. But this is the Global Village. We are live on Facebook and YouTube, live on the official Marshall McLuhan Facebook page, and on the McLuhan Institute YouTube channel. So we are live on the Global Village to celebrate and rethink the global village in a post-pandemic world. And so I see a lot of people connected. I see many folks commenting and sharing thoughts and questions on the chat, commenting from YouTube and Facebook. And so let me say hi to Penny Safranek. I see Johan Cordero just joined us. Thank you, Johan. We've been meeting many times at the McLuhan Center, and many other comments. So feel free to share, feel free to be part of the conversation. Okay, so this is a very informal event, relaxed conversation. We want to dig deeper into some core questions. What matters to us in this moment, how we can build a better global village, and what are the lessons we are learning from the current situation, the current scenario. And so thank you. Feel free to say hi and let us know where are you connected from, and feel free to be part of this global gathering. Okay, villagers, hello. Let me also remind, I do usually a little bit of housekeeping at the beginning of any time slot. We have over 40 speakers from any latitudes, from 12 different countries. And so I do a little bit of housekeeping before starting the new segment. And I want to remind, firstly, that we have a few special sponsors that are supporting the Global Village Day. So the estate of Marshall McLuhan, the McLuhan Salons, the McLuhan Institute, and the McLuhan Foundation, a brand new Marshall McLuhan's Foundation established here in Canada to support the legacy and public discourse all about Marshall McLuhan in today's world. So thank you to our sponsors for supporting this Global Village Day, a 12-hour marathon. I can't believe it's 3 p.m. already, so we are going ahead. I'm not alone running this marathon. You are with me. The special guests are with me. I'm just passing on the torch. You know, the torch is understanding media. That's the Italian edition, gli strumenti del comunicare, because we are global and international, so we will passing on the torch to keep the flames of the global village, to keep the Olympic tradition of harmony, dialogue, and participation, right? In a symbolical way in this global village. So, hello villagers, hello. Again, feel free to step in anytime with your comments, and I'll be happy to bring you into the discussion. All right, a little bit of housekeeping on the Tetrad, the live Tetrad app. So we are playing tonight. We are playing today. So we are playing with the Tetrad, the Marshall McLuhan's laws of media, the 4 rules that govern human innovations, media, and artifacts. And so feel free to go on live-tetrad.web.app. You will be able to log in and play with Tetrads and share your tetratic thinking. And there are many open Tetrads to be played with. And the best Tetrad, the best insights will win a unique, not this one, this is mine, it's pretty old, but brand new, but it's a unique original Marshall McLuhan's Distant Early Warning deck of cards designed by Marshall McLuhan in 1969. It's a rarity, it's a unique antique artifact. This is the first prize for the Tetrad game. Then we have a Rubik cube tetrad. Okay, it's a mini cube to play with lots of media. There is another special prize which is called the Tetrapad. You see, it's like a notepad where you can scrabble and scratch your tetrads and foster your creative thinking, your critical thinking. Also, you see, there is a twin brother over there. That's a symbolical visual to represent the idea that we want to look at things from different perspectives, different views, world views, and so again, we will be transparent to really look all around. All right. Housekeeping is done. Let me keep an eye on the chat. I see you are still commenting from Ray. Ray saying we have done some answers to the Zoom software. Yes, you can Tetrad Zoom. What does Zoom enhance? What does Zoom retrieves? Bring back from the past? What does Zoom flips into? Or what does Zoom make obsolete? And so the laws of the media, so to critically understand implications or unintended consequences of media and technologies and human innovations in our life. And so feel free to Tetrad. So thank you, Ray, for putting together this platform and for providing us such a nice game. All right, the medium is the message. And absolutely, I'll try to address the idea of media evolution on the current time slot, and it's time to introduce our special guests for 3 p.m. Time slot. Well. We live North America. We live America, the American continent. We will cross and go to 2 different continents in this time slot. So we are really a global village. We are villagers of this beautiful, diverse, hopefully inclusive gathering of scholars, experts, friends, colleagues, to rethink the global village. And so let's cross the ocean and go to Spain, go to Europe and then Spain for our next special guest, Carlos Scolari, researcher and expert in communication and digital media, interfaces and communication ecology. Carlos Scolari is a chair professor in theory and analysis of interactive digital communication at the Department of Communication and at Pompeu Fabra University. Among many other publications in the field of media ecology, in the field of semiotics, we shared some common roots, common semiotic insight rooted into the Italian Bolognese tradition of semiotics, and not only. Among many other publications, he is a world expert in hypermedia and transmedia storytelling. So it's a great pleasure from Spain to welcome into the global village Carlos Scolari. Hello, Carlos.
Ciao, Paolo.
Ciao. I like your dramatic opening. Ciao. So, where are you exactly in this moment?
I live in Vic. Vic is a little city of 50 miles from Barcelona.
50 miles from Barcelona. It's and are you teaching right now in this moment?
Well, we are finishing the courses. We have the final presentation of projects. We are planning the next course. So we are in the middle of the transition. I don't know where we're going, but we are in a transition.
Yeah, I like the idea of because you are an expert in transmedia. Now it's a transition, right? In that very word, trans, there is a world. And yes, we are crossing some borders. We are crossing some boundaries. I think even in education And I think your field of transmedia storytelling, so the idea that we need to overcome the boundaries between different medias and conceive them as an environment, as an ecology to be really meant. So, how you are taking advantage of your transmedia expertise in education?
Well, I have coordinated a European project about transmedia literacy. It's a project that we developed in 8 countries, not only in Europe, between 2015 and 18. We analyze what are teenagers doing with media, how do they learn to do different things with media. So we move between transmedia storytelling, collaborative cultures, and informal learning strategies. Right now, we have another project about informal learning in platforms. So we are moving in this dimension. We are very, very interested in how young people, especially, but not only young people, is learning in the new platforms, how they share knowledge. This idea of collective intelligence, of 20 years ago idea by Pierre Levy, to see that in the real world, because it was a utopia in the 90s. But now that's the real situation with many contradictions. We have big corporations working there. So we are working on that. That's more my empirical research, my group of people.
Yeah.
On the
And in
theoretical
general,
side.
Carlos, sorry. Go ahead.
No, on my theoretical side, I'm working more in media evolution. And that's more or less my scientific life.
I like your double hat, so the empirical and theoretical understanding.
It's traditional.
Yeah, so that's traditional. But but let me point out that you are a kind of a very practical person, very empirical, practical, and doing actual projects with the European Union and many other projects to turn ideas or theoretical understandings into practical outcomes, into practical experiments. Always your work in the field is very appreciated for its practical outcomes and engagement. I think your proactive approach is a kind of applied McLuhan, right? It's applied media ecology. So we need to do media ecology, we need to be media ecologists, but also we need to act as media ecologists. So we need to be active and proactive, right, to really make a difference in the world. So I like your approach, Carlos. Great. And so, Carlos, let me bring in your fellow guests for today's, and I'll be back to you. We will keep discussing. I want to know the lessons we are learning from the current scenario. I want to know even maybe more about the idea of media evolution, right? So I'll be back to you, and we will keep chatting. Okay.
And the torch.
The torch. In fact, let's kick off. Where's your torch?
I have a couple of them.
All right.
Check this one.
Oh, yeah, I have it. I have that edition. Yeah, which is a second edition, right? The Italian
I don't have the Spanish edition. It's in my university.
Yeah, me too. I have the English.
So I have the Italian. I have the
new English edition.
Oops, sorry.
Hold on. All right, I'll do this way. Yeah.
And this one.
And the paperback, understanding.
But the most beautiful one, Chinese.
Oh, I see. Ni hao. I see. Great. In fact, I think I'm not sure someone ever counted how many translations there are of understanding media. I bet no less than 20 translations, I think. Great.
I think we should know more about that.
Yeah, absolutely. So, folks, we have a community. Folks in the community, feel free to step in. Just go there and count how many editions of Understanding Media you can find. At the end of the marathon, we will know maybe a number about how many editions. I bet more than 20, about 20. All right, that's my bet. All right, Carlos, I'll see you in a little while, all right?
Okay.
I'll be back to you. Thank you very much, Carlos Scolari from Spain, in the inland of Barcelona, and by the way, Maria Collier de Mendoza, Chinese translation, amazing. Maria will join us. Hello, Maria. Maria will join us from Brazil later today. I think in an hour. All right. And Jerry, which is still there, sharing his Finnegan's Jerry Joyce applied McLuhan, right? So something like that. Okay, applied media ecologists. All right. Let's make a list. Carlos, yes, Spanish, Chinese, English, Italian, Portuguese. All right, folks, great idea, Carlos. Use Facebook or YouTube comments to post a non-English translation edition of Understanding Media. So feel free to share your list or just comment and just post your the non-English edition you are aware of. And so thank you, Carlos, for kicking off Spanish, Chinese, English, Italian, Portuguese. I will say French for sure, right? So I bet there is a French edition. German, yes, right, Duncan, Elena. And I see people are still commenting. Okay, we will make a list of how many translations of Understanding Media there are on the market or ever published in the global village. Okay, let's move on. Next guest. Let's stay in Europe. Let's move from Spain to the Middle Europe. To the East Europe, actually. And our next special guest is Kalina Rogodzinska, University of Szczecin, Poland. In her research activity, Kalina is focused on the relationships between means of communication prevailing in a given period of social life. She authored, among many other articles and projects, she is well known because she published one of the few books about McLuhan published in Poland, which is, I think, translated as Between Science and Art, Marshall McLuhan's Theory and Practice of Art. So artistic take on Marshall McLuhan's legacy. So it's a great pleasure to welcome in the global village from Poland, Kalina Rogodzinska. Hello.
Hello, everyone.
All right. So first of all, where are you right now? So where are in Poland? Where?
Okay, I'm in my home city, Szczecin. It's quite nice city near to Polish-German border. And we've got 9:20 p.m. right now, so not so bad according to different time zones in our global village. I'm really excited to be there with you, Paolo. So thank you very much for the invitation, and thank you very much for gathering our big international McLuhan's family together, because the job you have done, I don't know, during 5 years is just amazing. So thank you very much. I'm really grateful to be part of this family. Actually, I've got some surprises for you, because I prepared some special bag.
So yeah, you made it, or you bought it somewhere? No.
I bought it when I was the first time in Canada ever.
Yeah, show it again. It's an old-fashioned, old-fashioned bag, University of Toronto. Right.
But it was 16 years ago, so that's why the sign, the logo, is a bit old school. And I put here Polish translations of McLuhan's book.
Oh, so wow! Let's show it.
I can show you. The first one is of course our torch. It is Understanding Media in Polish. The title in Polish is Zrozumieć media przedłużenia człowieka. I know that it may sound like shh, but it makes sense. Believe me.
Is the translation literal or?
Yes. it means exactly the same as a English one.
Zrozumieć means understanding.
Yes.
Zrozumieć.
Yeah, and understanding media, the extension of man. Honestly speaking, I don't like this translation because I think that the translator tried to make it more academic book.
Rather than as it is, actually.
So
right.
That's the problem when I'm reading in Polish, but still, I think it could be great first step for Polish readers to get into McLuhan's world, to understanding his idea and way of thinking.
And by the way, so Gregory was asking, Szczecin in Poland? Yes, Gregory, right, in Poland. Where else? In Poland.
It's difficult, I know, but you've done a great job. The next one is Essential McLuhan in Polish. It's Wybór tekstów, and I think that it's the most important book in my life, not only book written by McLuhan. And actually, it was a birthday gift from my parents, and because amazing coincidence is that I've got my birthday just one day after McLuhan. I'm not sure why, but I'm really proud of it. But anyway, my parents gave me that book, and I read it in one evening, and I must say that it was like life-changing experience for me. Because this book is like a kind of magic portal for me. Which opens new way of perceiving, or new ways of perspective, new attitudes, etc. And what is the most important for me, it makes me brave enough to act. And after reading this book, I've just felt that I've got some story inside of me, the story which I want to tell. The story, of course, connected with McLuhan. It wasn't easy process, the straight way. It took me 12 years, but finally I managed. And there it is. This is the book which you mentioned, Between Science and Art, and it's based on my PhD. But I want to tell you...
And it's in Polish, right? It's in Polish.
Yeah. It is in Polish again. But I want to tell you something more about this one. This is the Gutenberg Galaxy, translated into Polish 2 years ago. And I am the scientific editor of this translation, so I'm really proud of it. And my job was to make Polish language as in McLuhan style as possible. So sometimes I cried with real tears because I've got problems with some phrases or sentence, but I think it's quite okay. And the funny story connected with that book is that the Polish Sociological Association prized this book as the best translation of sociological book.
Wow, kudos.
It's great because I am sociologist, and sometimes I really have to prove that my research is sociological enough. So I've got this book right now. And
I was wondering, that's absolutely great. How did you manage the bibliography and sources in Gutenberg Galaxy? Because it's a completely it's a pretty chaotic as a bibliography. There are many sources which are not even in the English original editions are not clear. How did you manage the sources of Gutenberg Galaxy?
That many people were involved in that. It was really really hard work, but we've got only 6 months for it, so it was really marathon like yours.
No, so kind. And so, Kalina, thank you very much for joining us, for being today in the Global Village. You have the deck of cards. Okay, you have a magic bag. Sorry, go ahead. The deck of cards. What else? Pick a card by chance. So just pick a... All right.
It's my favorite one. I even have tattoo with that on this hand.
All right, show it better. We can read it. All right.
If it can happen, it will.
All right, marvelous. All right. Okay, what else in the bag? All done? The magic bag.
Oh, I can show you one more book, which is very important for me. It's a book by Rita Leisner, Looking for McLuhan in Afghanistan.
Hello, Rita. I think hopefully you are there somewhere. Oh, I met her. It's a great book.
I have no words to express how important Rita is for me, her work, her attitude, her beautiful friendship. And I've just finished writing a book about this project, Rita and McLuhan, etc. And but I think it will be published this year, but still in Polish. But I promised myself that the next one, the next book on McLuhan, of course, Gutenberg Galaxy, Jacquard Machine, and Fashion Revolution will be published in English. Yeah.
Great. So we are looking forward to seeing your sparks of scholarship, your sparks of ideas. So thank you very much, Kalina. And you know, it's it's 30. I'm running slightly late, so it's time to present our next guest. So Kalina, I'll be back to you in a little while. So maybe you will have some other surprises for us, including the core question. Remember the core question, the lessons we are learning from the current scenario. So Kalina, I'll be back to you in a little while, and thank you again for sharing your precious gifts. Okay, I'll see you later. Ciao. All right, and I'll keep an eye on the chat. I know you are chatting there. I see a lot of comments. So thank you very much. I think it's important to feel this sense of togetherness, express our thoughts. And so again, villagers, we are not running alone, okay? So I'm running, I'm holding the torch. Our speakers and guests are holding the torch and passing it on. But you are with us, okay? So villagers, feel free to say hi. Feel free to say if you connected earlier. I mean, you can let us know where are you, where are you connected from, and it would be nice to say hi or share your thoughts, share your insights or questions, okay? And so Fabiola Breu, true. Yeah, it's true. I don't know what, but it's true. Anyway, so thank you, Fabiola, for sharing. So you are very active. And again, villagers, let's move on from, I promised, Europe. But there is another continent. We are crossing to South Africa for our next special guest, Duncan Rayburn. He is an associate professor in the School of Arts at the University of Pretoria in South Africa. He is the author of Seeing Things as They Are, J.K. Chesterton and the Drama of Meaning. He is an expert in J.K. Chesterton, from Pretoria to the Global Village. It's a great pleasure to welcome Duncan Rayburn. Hello, Duncan.
Hi, Paolo.
Hello. Great. And I'm very impressed because, again, you are a world expert in the work of Chesterton, and as we know, in the Marshall McLuhan's community, Chesterton played a very important role in Marshall McLuhan's personal and intellectual life. Somewhere McLuhan said it was Chesterton. Chesterton was responsible for bringing me into the church, actually. And Marshall McLuhan, I think, established with Chesterton, such a deep intellectual relationship, which is, I think, very important and relevant to understand both, right, Chesterton and McLuhan, to understand that unique intellectual climate, right, when McLuhan went to Cambridge and then eventually got to be so impressed by the work of Chesterton among many others. And so, Duncan, first of all, where are you exactly? Are you in Pretoria right now?
I'm in Pretoria, in South Africa. So this is our capital city.
Sure.
We are still very much under lockdown.
Yes, still under lockdown.
Although there is some movement. We've actually had, I think, in South Africa, one of the harshest lockdowns in the world. But it seems like they're easing it up a little bit, and things are going pretty well.
And are you teaching right now? Are you teaching online?
So we're teaching online. I actually, my main teaching is to design students. So I'm a bit of a jack of all trades. So I teach creative thinking, among other things, to design students. And so we've had quite a difficult time to get the teaching going because many of our students don't have the technology to be able to carry on with any ease. So we've done very incredibly unusual things like raid our computer lab and drive around and get computers to students so that they can carry on with their degree. But it's going, our students are amazing and they're doing very well.
Yeah. And thank you for raising this up. I mean, we take for granted that people are able to connect, that people are able to manage their devices and everything. Instead, unfortunately, even this state of a lockdown is exacerbating, is enhancing some kind of inequalities, some kind of digital inequalities, digital we used to call it the digital divide, but the digital divide is not just a matter of how many people are able to connect, but how they are able to make sense of it, how they are able to thrive in this digital environment, not just connecting. So I think it's a very important point. And so
Yes.
one question, and then how did you come to Marshall McLuhan? Of course, through Chesterton, but in your Chesterton scholarship, what kind of connection you were able to make to Marshall McLuhan, and what's your sense of this hypertextual approach between McLuhan and Chesterton? What's your take?
What's kind of interesting is that I actually started reading McLuhan's work completely unaware that he had some kind of connection to Chesterton. I started teaching a theory course in rhetoric, and part of that was to actually include understanding media, which was just a pure joy. My students really struggled with McLuhan. I think his paradoxical way of seeing things is quite alien to a lot of them. But a lot of them, the minute things start to click, they just woke up. And so while I was actually busy teaching this course, I was working on my doctoral research and then discovered that McLuhan had his very first publication was on Chesterton. He wrote an article called G.K. Chesterton as Practical Mystic.
Practical Mystic.
Which is a wonderful article.
By the way, hold on, wait a minute. I think, if I'm not wrong, I saw in your bio that you define yourself a practical mystic.
Yes,
right?
I did.
So are you a practical mystic, right? So, okay. Then I want to know more about this practical mysticism. And so, go ahead.
I highly recommend it, but I think Chesterton wrote he wrote about everything. It's very difficult to find something he didn't cover. But one of the things that really I think resonates nicely with McLuhan is Chesterton it's almost his kind of main concern was that people would become so immersed in their environments that their worlds would become invisible to them. This is something that McLuhan then talks about how the environment is low resolution, and this is something that Chesterton was worried about. So Chesterton's entire project is in a way trying to wake people up, to become aware of the world they live in, and so this is actually something that I'm fascinated by. I think any mode of seeing, and I mean seeing in the metaphorical sense as perceiving, any mode of perceiving that can help us to really engage with the world that we're in, that is a mode of seeing that we need to properly come to grips with and immerse ourselves in. I think this is what McLuhan talks about, that kind of artistic vision,
Right.
that I think Chesterton lived. He didn't just theorize. He was a practical mystic. He lived in the world, and he tried to understand what ordinary people were going through, and then he tried to communicate with them.
Right. Now that's a brilliant insight. So it's nice that you were able to grasp that. That I think it's a methodology. You know, for Chesterton, I think it's the same as for McLuhan. When you approach those kind of intellectuals, polymath and thinkers, you cannot just make sense of everything, but you make sense of a methodology, an approach, a perspective, a method, right? So, and Chesterton is a method, right? Is a methodology. So you grab that kind of intellectual life, you cannot really understand, get everything, but you get the way, the how to, right? This is the beauty of McLuhan as well. So
Yes.
it provides you a method.
It's wonderful. I mean, I think that's what's so great, is that it's something that as you read, even the most theoretical stuff, you realize you can play with it. I mean, McLuhan gave us tools to use, and I think Chesterton did the same.
Right. And by the way, the good Alex Kuskis, of course, found the actual quote for that. McLuhan said, "I know every word." I'm not sure, but I know every word of Chesterton. He's responsible. I was right. He's responsible for bringing me into the church. He writes by paradox, which is something that McLuhan liked a lot as well. The paradox, even the medium is the message, is a paradox. So technically, the medium cannot be the message, ontologically at least. And he writes by paradox. That makes him hard to read or hard on the reader. So that's nice. And by the way, the carro is where's the carro? Hello from the carro, Duncan.
Oh, the Karoo, I think.
The Karoo, yeah. It's on South Africa?
Well, hello, Michael.
Hello.
Karoo is in South Africa, unless I've missed something.
Yeah, no, it's that one. Okay. No, it's nice. There is another person, a villager from South Africa on the Global Village Day on the scene. Thank you.
That's
Hello,
lovely.
Michael. Hello. All right. And so, thank you, Duncan. I'll be back to you for a final merry-go-round. Thank you for introducing us all to the idea of a practical mysticism. I'll be back to you later, okay?
Lovely, thanks.
Ciao, thanks. And actually, I wanted to be back to another practical mystic. I think Carlos is a practical mystic, so he likes to grasp and turn the world of ideas into practical agencies. So, Carlos, are you a practical mystic? How do you define yourself in this hypertextual McLuhan, Chesterton, and Borges as well? I think you have something to say about Borges.
When I heard Chesterton, I connect with Borges. So
sure.
We have the hypertext there. I'm a very practical guy in the sense that when I teach theoretical courses in the university, and I have taught in theories of communication for many years. And I consider the theory is a tool, is the way of understanding. There are no practices without a theory behind. So I think that's when I teach a theory, I try to explain to students that it's not something that's in the cloud. It's a real thing. And it's useful to understand theory because it's useful for when you are developing any kind of a strategy in media communication. There's a theory behind that, and for analyzing, obviously. So, well, I think this connection between theory and practice is basic.
Yeah, yeah, and also it's a challenge for contemporary education, right? So in contemporary education, of course, we need to master theories, methodologies, and so on. But there is a need for practical applications for really, in particular in the field of media, right? So to be able to do sense making. So if we want to use to be able to manage the sign system in a kind of semiotic perspective. So we live in a sign system, but we need to master how to make signs, how to create and build that science within that sign system. So I think it's a great challenge, right, for the modern education.
Yeah, especially students, they want you to teach practical things. Okay, that's okay. But we also teach the other thing. It's not only about the skills, how to produce a good video, is what's behind that. So that's the importance of theory.
Right.
But I think when we create this connection, I think it's easy for them to understand theories, and they recognize how important they are for the production.
Right. And talk about students, let me say hi to Johnny Small. John is a student at the University of Toronto, undergraduate, book and media studies. Johnny, you forgot the book. It's called the Book and Media Studies. It's a unique program. It's a unique combination between book and media. Technical book is a medium, but we call it Book and Media Studies. Again, as a kind of trans-media literacy. So hello, John, and by the way, let me say also to hi to Masoud. Masoud, hello, friends. Carlos, talking about again that relationship between theories and practical skills. I think nowadays we are learning, and this is all about transmedia. I think learning how to learn, right? The so-called soft skills, the idea that there are some human capacities, human qualities to make sense of languages, to understand, to exercise empathy, to understand symbolical imagination, the different layers of a signification, if we want to use a semiotic jargon. But the idea that sense making, soft skills, learning how to learn, how to adapt to the new world is something so important in today's, particularly in today's global crisis. Of course, we are relearning everything. So we realized that we were not ready at all. But what kind of skills, what kind of expertise you envision for navigating these challenging times?
All those skills that you are talking about were very, very important 4 months ago. Now I think they are basic for survival. We have to learn. We are learning in the worst possible way how to deal with a complex world. We talk a lot about the chaos theory. We talk a lot about complexity. We talk a lot about the butterflies in China. But now we are in the middle of that. That now is basic for our survival to understand what's going on. This is very complex. It's complicated to give sense to the war after what happened in the last month. And I think maybe this is the first test that we are going through, because as Alessandro Barico, you know very well him, the Italian writer and intellectual. In the first week of the pandemics, he said in a conference organized here in Barcelona, he said, maybe this is the first step. Other crises are arriving. It's like the classroom. We have to learn how to deal with complexity and how to organize ourselves. We are learning in the worst possible way. It was easy to watch a video on YouTube about this, but we are learning that. And I think this is strategic, we can say, for our species. If we don't understand how to deal with what's happening in these weeks, this month, the next crisis will be very worse.
Right. So no, I like that idea that any crisis is nothing but a symptom or envisioning in a broader picture, right? A more complex situation. So you just see the tip of the iceberg to make it simple, but there is a much more complex or complicated, let's say, complicated situation we need to learn. Absolutely.
And the same could be said about political system, because political systems are very, very complex right now. But people, citizens, we ask for simplicity. We want we want everything black and white, and that's not the reality. It's very complex. So also in that plane, we have to learn how to deal with that. The same for economy, the same for education, for everything.
Yeah. No, you're right. That dualistic approach may be easier, maybe simpler, but we need to deal with this kind of complexity. And what's your then I'll go to Kalina. But what's your in a nutshell, maybe from the semiotic perspective? And by the way, let me point out. So we are here in Toronto. Toronto is such a great the Toronto school, the Toronto semiotic circle. Marcel Danesi, Sibeok. And even Umberto Eco used to attend Toronto many times. So Toronto is such a great subsoil for semiotic or semiology scholarship. So absolutely, I think that's a great asset. No, I was thinking from your from a semiotic perspective, the very idea of how we make sense of this crisis through language, through the signs we use, right, to understand and to get. Any thoughts about the semiotic?
Yeah, I think we know
the semiosphere. Okay, the semiosphere.
Yeah, exactly that.
You're a lot, man.
We know that our species, we need storytelling to understand the world, and we use narrative to understand the world. What happened 4 months ago was something that the only reference was in science fiction, apocalyptic stories. There was an explosion, I guess, of new stories, narratives, storytelling, especially in the last month. People talking about the end of capitalism, people talking about the end, I don't know, whatever. It's like people was looking for stories. People was looking for different kind of enunciations. People was looking for discourses because we were looking for a sense. We were trying to give a sense to what's going on. That's a long process. It's not so easy to translate into discourse, to put into words what's happening. I repeat it. The only reference was in science fiction because the previous pandemics was in 1918. We lost that in our memories.
That's memory, that's cultural memory.
So we are reconstructing now the discourse. It's not just one narrative. There are many narratives. Let's see what are the narratives that will survive after the pandemic.
In fact, talking about narratives, science fiction, and dystopic visions, and so on. I remember a few memes, a few jokes about the Black Mirror. This season, people used to say, this season of Black Mirror is even worse than others. So I mean, the science fiction became a reality, became a real thing.
It's a realism.
Realism.
One important thing about Black Mirror is that Black Mirror is the best expression of the reversal law of media.
Yeah. Right.
When I teach to my students the Tetrad and reversal is Black Mirror.
Absolutely. If you push to its extremes any technology, you will see the unexpected consequences. I think that Charlie Brooker probably knows the laws of media, the media ecology, and every day he practices with the laws of media. Okay, what does? Okay, Charlie Brooker, if you are online, step in and let us know. Very two quick comments. One comment and one question. One comment is from It's I didn't get this. We fall into semiotic holes every day. Semiotic holes every day. I think it's a quotation, it's a reference or to something. I didn't get Alfonso. Anyway, that's a provocation from our dear Alfonso. All right. So yes, we are falling into the semiotic holes. Yes, I do confirm. I don't know. No, actually, Bob Logan, Carlos, a question
my
for
friend
you. Bob, are you saying that dealing with COVID will help us to deal with the greater crisis when climate change, global warming will threaten human existence on the planet?
I hope. Right now, the people in Barcelona, they should be at home. And most of the people of Barcelona now is in the Mediterranean beach in Costa Brava. So I hope, but it's complicated.
Yeah. And by
It's
the way,
complicated to learn this.
Yeah, and Fabiola is answering. Bob, I believe that COVID pandemic is already a treason of climate change global.
It's connected to that.
Yeah. However, I think, I mean, many international organizations such as UNESCO and many other governments actually acknowledged, publicly, officially acknowledged that, well, the COVID crisis must focus, must bring us to focus on the environmental crisis, the climate crisis. So they are one and together. So they really are very tied each other. So I think hopefully there will be a global understanding after this pandemic or during this pandemic.
I think this crisis is an accelerated course of complexity theory, eco-evolutionary approaches, not only to media. We are learning Darwin right now.
Darwin applied. Darwin.
It's an accelerated course.
Yeah, accelerated. I like that. An accelerated course. You know, also the lockdown has been described as the biggest psychological experiment ever undertaken. So I think in history, you never had some kind of lockdown on a global scale with such a lot of power, with governments empowered a lot to exercise it on citizens' rights and so on. Kind of a psychological experiment. So if it's an experiment, we hope that we have some good outcomes out of this experiment, right?
I hope so. The first time we had 1/3 of the world population at home. We have stopped the capitalism. That was something impossible to think, to stop the machine working.
Right.
Everywhere you see this big change.
Yeah.
Let's see what happens. The process is completely open.
Yeah. And talking about capitalism, you see there's a comment by Rodrigo. The pandemic seems, on many aspects, a reversal of capitalism itself. So to some extent, if we want to apply the laws of media in backward, yes, capitalism is related to.
Or maybe the content of the new capitalism is feudalism.
Yeah, well, hopefully not, or a new feudalism. Or whether that reminds me another important, which is feudalism. You know, it's associated to the city. The city-state, the power of cities, right?
The metropolis.
And the metropolis. And nowadays is such a big thing, right? So the idea that cities are playing such an instrumental role on a global governance. Cities are making a difference even in managing the pandemic and the virus. Cities are where the global population is moving. You know, currently 50% of the world population live in cities, but in a few years they say population will move. However, so feudalism, I mean, if we want to take the good aspects of feudalism, cities will play an important role in the 21st century, I bet.
Do you remember the book in Italian by Umberto Eco, Furio Colombo? It's from the early 70s, The New Middle Age.
Oh, the New Middle Age. They kick it off, the very idea of 21st century Middle Ages. Absolutely. Great. All right. I'll be back to you for a final merry-go-round, but I'll back to my... Thank you, Carlos. Thank you very much. Thank you. And Kalina, where are you? I lost you, Kalina. Here you are.
Yeah,
All right. So, Kalina, the lessons we are learning. So, we are learning a lot of lessons
yeah.
and from this current scenario. So, the lessons we are learning. Your final remarks.
For me, the most important lesson is that I really miss my students, because we've got whole semester online, and it was very, very strange for me to conduct classes like this. I get used to it, but I really miss the contact with the others. And the second thing is that I understood that the government or politics are not so important as social citizenship. So we as a people, as a citizen of our city, are more important, more responsible for our health, for our life than politics. And I think that it's really good lesson, because it shows power which is inside of us, and sometimes we just need some impulse, some sparkle to make big fire of help, of empathy, etc. Yeah.
Thank you. I like this optimism, this
We survived.
positive vibes. Yeah, absolutely. You know, we started this the series of Monday night webinars back in April, and now the Global Village Day, even to some extent, to bring good vibes, to bring positive insights to make sense of what's going on. Absolutely. So I much appreciate your brave and positive attitude for making sense of it. And thank you again, Kalina. Also, I saw Bernadette is back. Bernadette was one of the most active players in the Monday night webinars. And thank you, Kalina. I'll be back to you to say final hi. Where is our practical mystic? Duncan, here you are. And, you know, we are a fact-checking factory here. So we can fact-check everything real time, better than Google. We have a McLuhan Google. In fact, the Marshall McLuhan initiative, which is aka Andrew McLuhan. So hello, Andrew. And thank you again, the McLuhan Institute, for supporting, sponsoring today's Global Village Day. So the good Andrew said Marshall first encountered G.K. Chesterton, 1931, through the latter's book, What's Wrong with the World? Which is a great milestone from Chesterton. I think your book is partially inspired by that. And and Tom Easterbrook, right? Tom Easterbrook found in a second-hand Winnipeg bookstore. Yeah, that's right. That's a funny story. Thank you for reminding that. Go to the Philippe Marchand, McLuhan's biography. Hello, Philippe, if you're listening. Philippe Marchand is one of the most important McLuhan's biographer, along with Terence Gordon. But Philippe wrote this beautiful portrait of Marshall McLuhan, and that's right. So there is a nice story about McLuhan and Tom Easterbrook that got this book in Cambridge. Eventually, Easterbrook found the McLuhan's declaration of love for Chesterton. I mean, it's a very nice story. So thank you, Andrew, for bringing that. And again, folks, villagers, read the Philippe Marchand's McLuhan's biography. It's super engaging and nice, and well, there is a lot to learn about and beyond McLuhan. So, Duncan, your practical mysticism. We need some pieces of practical mysticism. Your final remark, very brief, please. We are running slightly late. Your final piece of practical mysticism.
just bringing up what's wrong with the world is a beautiful echo of what Kalina just mentioned, this idea that, well, so there's a story, someone wrote a newspaper and posed the question to everyone, what's wrong with the world? And Chesterton responded with a letter, I am yours sincerely, G.K. Chesterton. And I think in this time, one of the major lessons we've learned, and I've seen this play out in so many ways, is projection. Psychological projection has kind of run rampant, and there's been a lot of finger pointing at systems and at people in government and at each other. There's been scapegoating. There've been political fights, dualisms of kind of rampant variations, and I think Chesterton's wisdom for us would be McLuhan's wisdom as well, is that it does fall to us to take responsibility for making the world a better place. But the world is very much smaller than we have made it out to be. It is not the global village. It is the actual space that we are in and the people that we interact with. And I think, so the great lesson is that we need to, in a way, I mean, this may sound soppy, but I mean it in a very firm sense, that we need to learn how to love properly. A few years ago, and I actually wrote about pandemics, it's surprising that this actually became a reality, but I wrote an article called Love in the Time of the Zombie Contagion, where I explore a little bit about what has happened with how media kind of overrun the show and actually create a state of undifferentiation where people get caught up in each other's affairs too much, as McLuhan said, poking their noses into everyone else's business.
Right.
And again, the lesson is to set up ways to differentiate in loving ways. And I think that begins with simple things like friendship and family and learning how to care for our students if we are teachers, or for our colleagues if we work in business. So that's my advice for
Right.
and I think it is a reflection of what we really have learned from this time of crisis.
Great. And with this such lovely words, I think is the best way to say thank you again to Duncan Rayburn, Carlos Scolari, Kalina Rogozynska for joining us, for joining the Global Village. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Thank you, Paolo.
Thank you.
Bye.
Hello. Thank you very much. And what else? So, as usual, I'll take a 1 minute break to the next time slot. We are running 5 minutes late, so not so bad. And I see our special guests in the green room there. I see they are already connected and ready to get started. So let's take a 1 minute break to the next time slot. Hello world, hello villagers, greetings from the Global Village, greetings from the Global Village Day, 12-hour marathon, intellectual, McLuhanesque marathon to explore and reimagine the global village in the 21st century. So here we are live on Facebook, on the official Facebook page, Marshall McLuhan's Facebook page, and on the McLuhan Institute YouTube channel. So thanks to our sponsors, the McLuhan Institute, the McLuhan Foundation, the McLuhan Salons, and the estate of Marshall McLuhan, we put together this beautiful event to understand, rethink the global village in the post-pandemic world. Hello. I see you're connected as usual. Before introducing our next guest speakers, I told you we have more than 40 speakers from all across the world, from any latitude. So we are so excited. This is the real global village. I can't believe we put it all together. So a little bit of housekeeping. We are playing with the Tetrad, so just go and connect, because we are all in a multitasking modality. I know you are at home drinking coffee or listening or doing things and so on. So enjoy the live Tetrad. So go on live-tetrad.web.app. You will be able to play with Tetrad and Tetrad, the global village, or many other open Tetrads. You have a chance to win a D-Line deck of cards. This is mine, so it's old, but there's a brand new just waiting for some of you who will win these special prizes and many other special prizes, because again we want to play with Tetrads and Tetrading, the tetratic thinking, so to critically understand what's going on around us and what's going on. It's a leitmotif for today's marathon. Let's say that it's a sort of what's going on session. It's a what's going on session, and we are going to explore what's going on with our special guests for this time slot. It's 4:09 p.m. in Toronto local time, and everywhere. Feel free to share your hello, Ray Daly made the app, so feel free to live Tetrad web app, and so you can play with the Tetrad. Also feel free to say hi, let us know if you connected recently. Feel free to say hi, feel free to let us know where are you in the global village, which portion of the global village you are connecting from, and I see a lot of comments on the Facebook and YouTube chat. So again, it's great. We are running this marathon. We are not alone, okay? So we are all together, and get engaged, get involved. So feel free to step in, share your comments, okay? So it's a marathon. We are all holding the torch. Actually, we have a torch, Understanding Media. That's the Italian edition. We have an international gathering. And by the way, someone put together a comment on the different editions of Understanding Media published. All right, I cannot find it anymore, so I'll find it and I'll share it with you. But we were wondering how many editions of Understanding Media have been published all across the world. I bet at least 20 different languages, so we'll check it out. All right, 10:11, time to introduce our next guest. We will back now to Italy. We will back to Italy with our next special guest, which is Derek de Kerkhoff, former and long-standing director of the McLuhan program in culture and technology at the University of Toronto, author, among many other books, of The Skin of Culture, Connected Intelligence, Brain Frames, just to name a few. And he coined, actually, the very term connected intelligence, among many other creative insights about our global village. He also authored a book titled McLuhan for Managers, just so managers on the villagers managers. I'm not sure it's still on the market. However, it's a nice book, McLuhan for Managers. That's to prove that McLuhan is applicable to any field of human knowledge, so even for managers and many other things. And so it's a great pleasure and honor to host the eclectic, creative, unstoppable mind of Derek de Kerkhoff. Welcome into the Global Village.
Well, thanks. Thank you, Paolo.
Yeah,
That's a wonderful thing. I am stunned by what you have realized. You know, you call this the global village, but it's much more than that. Because it's a global presence. In a village, not everybody talks at the same, you know, you may have a village reunion and you have the chieftain who's going to talk to the people, but you don't have this kind of attention coming from every part of the world. It's very rare to have this experience, and I think webinars have brought that to bear. We now can be able, we can be involved in this kind of situation, and it's unique. So I don't think it's just a global village. I think it's beyond the global village. It's something that it's a global conversation in real time.
Right.
With everybody, all these countries that you've named, all these people. I'm very happy that, you know, it's a wonderful thing you've done. I'm sure you realize that, but I just want to say it again. It's a beautiful thing. One of the most beautiful realizations of the McLuhan, you know, post-McLuhan kind of era. So yeah.
Yeah,
hello to
you're
everybody.
absolutely right. Absolutely right. We took for granted. We used to take it for granted the value of this diversity of the global village, the diversity of our human attitudes, and so on. And eventually, it took a global pandemic to realize the potentialities, the potential of this kind of global village for better understand who we are, where are we going to make the global village a better place, right? And I see some comments.
Sorry. Hi, Karina. The first time that I got the same type of feeling that I'm getting from this, and I'd like to share it simply to make my point stronger, because we're all equal in this. I mean, you're leading in a beautiful way, but all of us, speakers and listeners, there is a certain kind of democratic essence to it, which I find wonderful. And the first time I found this was at the turn of the century, when Rafael Lozano Hemmer created the Alzado Vertical in Mexico, where he was asking people from all over the world to help him design in real time patterns at night made by big military projectors. And this was like one place which assembled all these different kind of, you know, creative and interested people. This is what we're doing now. This is what we're doing now. It's an experience that I find absolutely lovely. So I'm afraid, though, I have to make a confession.
Another confession. You did already a confession with me a few weeks ago.
But I'm not in Italy. I'm in France. And
right. Even better. No.
It's a confession. It's that I left my torch in Rome. So I haven't got anything
You
to
can
show.
burn something else.
Yeah, but let me tell you something.
Go.
Who
Go
needs
ahead.
a torch when you are the torch? You are a torch. I am a torch. And I think what we're doing is really pushing the McLuhan thinking, you know, where it should go globally, and it's very important. And I think that's being a torch.
Right. And you are right. The torch is a medium, right? So it's
right.
carries on. Great. And by the way, I'm hearing a little bit low. So if you can step a little bit closer, maybe to the microphone, it will be much better.
Is that better now?
Yeah, a little bit better. Yes, absolutely. So, firstly, you mentioned the confession. Yeah, so in this way, our faces are equal. So much better, and your beautiful smile sparks everywhere in the global village. So you mentioned the idea of confession. I was just going to remind our folks and special guests. I have a confessional prepared here. This is the confessional, all right? So. Not only you, Derek, but even for our other guests, if you want to make a public confession to Marshall McLuhan. This is the confessional, all right? And by the way, I'm saying that because a few weeks ago at the Monday night webinars, you made a kind of confession. You made a very clever question. I wanted to bring back that question into the discussion. I'm just paraphrasing, but you maybe you remember better than me. You say something like, "What happened to the global village, Marshall?" Remember, you talk to Marshall and say, "What happened to the global village?" We thought it was a kind of a way to gather and coalesce together, and then eventually we're falling apart. We are all apart, and so on. And so there is something we can keep, with something we want to change from that. So I want to take back that question, that confession you made a few weeks ago. Can you build a little bit? Can you explain a little bit better that kind of question to Marshall? So what happened to the global village and your feelings about that?
Well, you know, as Marshall would say, this is a very difficult thing, and I don't pretend to understand it myself. But what I feel is happening today is a epistemological crisis. We're dealing with sometimes you seem to have disappeared. That's okay. I can go on just talking about.
No, you go ahead. Go ahead. Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. No, I think that, and I am really working on this from very much inspired by McLuhan. When I'm always very comparing the time when the alphabet created us, westernized minds, individuals, very individualized, and how the alphabet invaded us. The digital culture is invading us now. It's called the digital transformation. It's not a very brilliant way of calling it, but it's the best way of understanding that it is just as powerful. What's happening to us is just as powerful as what was happening with the alphabet, especially in ancient Greece. And then again, after the printing press. So what we have seen then was an epistemological crisis, a crisis of meaning, a crisis of being, a crisis of identity, very powerful one. And I think that today we're dealing with an epistemological crisis again. The fact that the world is rampant with fake news and deep fakes and all the kinds of alternate truths and so on has somehow eliminated. You were talking with Carlos Scolari before about the semiotic culture, the semiotic science. Well, there's a basic of the semiotics is, of course, the triad of the sign. You have the signifier, and then you have the signified, which is what people understand from the signifier. And then to make sure that the sign is complete, you have the referent. What's happening today is the disappearance of the referent. Many people don't care about verifying anything that they're saying. So that's one major problem. And so that the relationship between meaning and person becomes purely conflating subjective and objective. We are losing the objectivity. When people deny science, they're denying science, which is what our standard of objectivity. And one of the things that I'm finding really amazing about what's going on now is that the one technology, the one medium that is going to restore something that looks like objectivity is something that we could be very afraid of, and that's algorithms. Algorithms are now more capable in many ways, in many human affairs, in saying things which are much more relevant, pertinent, and to the point than an association of the best expert in the field, whether it's law, whether it's finances, whether it is medical advice, verdicts. What's happening is that algorithms are taking over. But why is that a problem? It's a problem because algorithms don't make sense. The algorithms don't have sense. They make orders. So we're in a situation for the first time in the history of human communication where we have a system that takes over our lives without having to make sense. An algorithm you can't explain. Yes, there are some ways by which certain kind of neural networks can be followed and be explained, but we've got to the point now where a lot of these various aspects of artificial intelligence are actually beyond people's understanding. Right. So what do you do when you have fake news everywhere, where objectivity is, is being put to the side and replaced by some kind of strange mix, objective, subjective. And then when meaning itself disappears from human communication, not that it does everywhere all the time, I'm not exaggerating that, of course I'm not, but what I'm saying is that we are in a deep epistemological crisis, and that I think was contemporary to all of these enormous changes that occurred, for example, during the Renaissance, where people went through horrible meaning crisis. So I think we'll get out of this, we'll get through it, but we'll be very different. And this is what I'm looking at now. I'm trying to figure out what is the digital transformation beyond dealing with the matters of management, which is what people think it's all about. No, much beyond this. It's our own identity. It's our own sensibility, our own relationships. So it's certainly the present situation is one of transition, deep transition. Yeah. And the coronavirus and the pandemic is a kind of a stop. Everybody stops. It was very interesting to stop. This was the actual main strategy to deal with it. Let's stop. And stopping, other people have said it before, can be beneficial for the real danger, which is of course the danger of the environment, the climate change and all the things that follow. So yes, I like very much also somebody who said, was it Carlos who brought up, yes, he brought up the fact that, the epidemic, the pandemia is some sort of self-organizing response to the much greater dangers that we are facing if we don't stop. There's this kind of, I don't want it to be sounding like a mystical approach because, mysticism can be an easy way out.
Practical mystic.
I prefer practical mystics, and I don't match the greatness of either McLuhan, who was one. I wrote about Chesterton and McLuhan. Oh, by the way, you know that the other book, they exchanged their books, Tom Easterbrook and McLuhan.
And McLuhan, what's the other book?
McLuhan had selected was economics. And he gave that to Easterbrook, and Easterbrook became, of course, a professor of economics. But
he made it.
Their future was there in the Winnipeg bookstore, secondhand bookstore.
Okay.
Coming back simply to this crisis that we are in now. We'll get through it. We will, but we will get through it with less of an inner person and more of a community-oriented person. We're losing our contents. We're losing our inside. We're giving it to our smartphones. We're dumping our memory in smartphones. We're trusting Alexa to tell us what to buy, what to feel, what to listen to. We're dealing with a whole new situation of, McLuhan said so. That electricity would turn us inside out.
Delegating outside,
we would project our consciousness outside. Well, we're doing it. So the consequences of that are really interesting to study.
Yeah, and that's why we're here. So to engage in this global conversation, right? So this global conversation and ongoing conversation, because I think I like the idea that the global pandemic is an intensifier. So everything is more intense right now. And when there is intensity, we can better learn, we can better understand, we can better exercise that kind of experiential learning, right? Which is not just cognition or understanding. It's a more emotional learning, is more intimate, is more profound, right, in nature.
Yeah, but Yuri, that's the memory you keep. The memory that you have physically, that's the one you keep. Everything else, all the content, you just throw away. You put it, put it aside. So it's very key to make the difference between, in fact, content and memory. Memory is what we keep, and it's a physical thing. It really is. The body remembers. But the content, you can put the content in your cell phone.
Right. No, that's why I think nowadays we are learning how to learn. So we are learning how to make sense of this situation. So an unexpected situation. We were discussing about science fiction or dystopic novels and so on. That is now a more reality. So we are facing that kind of dystopic vision in real time, and it's, yeah, I think it's again a way to exercise that power of imagination, power of artistic insights that are not just knowledge, but is a way to perceive, is a way to exercise the consciousness, rather than just learning knowledge or learning skills, right? So we were discussing about the soft skills, and so I think yeah, maybe we need this kind of new skills to face, navigate this uncertain future.
Yes, sort of a very an overall consciousness of things, a simultaneous perception. In fact, this is what I like about what we're doing now. It's a simultaneous experience that we're having now, which is distributed. And that distributed experience of reality itself. Speaking of which, reality is in danger, you know that.
We used to live in a post-reality, but we don't know what it is. Right.
No, we are in a post-reality. Reality is actually being threatened now by the new science, which is, of course, the quantum physics.
Yeah.
Wait till we get to the end of that one. That's what I'm working on now too.
Right.
How do we get beyond the standard perception of time and space, nice and solid, eternal? We find out that no, everything is in an instant.
Yeah,
it's quite an amazing thing.
But in fact, as humans, human species, we are world makers, right? So we do create our reality, our world. That's why, I mean, we are learning how to create, how to make sense of a new world. So how to create a new world, an inner world, instant world, and that will save us, I think.
Maybe we're moving from logic to mythic. I mean, maybe we're moving from objectivity to storytelling. Storytelling was the way of dealing with reality then.
Yeah,
maybe
created these worlds. Right.
Well, and accepting that there is no ground.
That's right.
Maybe the big challenge. Can you accept that there is no objectivity, that there's no ground? How do you deal honestly with reality if there is no objectivity? And you're going to find out that maybe there isn't. So then creating that reality becomes essential, and doing it in such a way that you deal with everybody at once as opposed to simply yourself, which is our previous destiny was to deal with ourselves. Now we have to deal with everybody. McLuhan said, the most beautiful thing he said was, in the era of instant information, we wear the whole world at the extension of our skin. That's fundamental. That's what's going to happen now. We're going to have to deal with everything. And I think it's not just humans. It's nature itself. It's all the animals. It's all the plants. We are one huge system, and we have to carry it all as the extension of our skin.
Right. I like the idea of systemic thinking, holistic thinking, right? So what is eventually what McLuhan and the very idea of media ecology is all about. So that the things are connected. So, and we live in a system which is not just human-centered, but it's planet, universe-centered, not just humans. Great.
You know Gaia, the guy who invented Gaia?
The Gaia hypothesis.
He's 101 and he's in perfect shape.
Oh, right. He is still alive. Yeah, great. He got it. He got a secret for a long life. And by the way, talking about the secrets, one of the secrets in life is friendship. And there are many friends who are saying hi to you, Derek, from the Global Villa. Let me just Marshall McLuhan. Oh, Derek was the recipient of the Medium and Light Award at the Media Ecology Annual Convention. Congratulations again, Bob. And then there is a question. about the digital twin. Maybe, I'm not sure we will have time, but we will talk about the digital twin maybe later with Clinton. Oh, we were talking about the fire, the flames, Prometheus, right? So that
Yes.
well said. Well put, David. And Prometheus as the medium. And then Elena Lamberti from Italy. Ciao, Derek.
Ciao, Elena.
Ciao, Derek, and many others from the Global Village saying hi and addressing the idea of a global membrane, which is another definition of the Global Village. We've been discussing about global theater, global village, global membrane, and many other definitions. And all right, so too many comments. So I like the idea that folks are really sparking comments and ideas. That's great. And this is Michael, I think. Good to see you, Derek. So they all love you. And well, thank you again for joining us. I'll be back to you in a little while, but we have a few special guests from Brazil now. I'm very excited to introduce them all, and that will close the loop. So Toronto, Europe, France, Brazil, and so on. So I'll be back to you, Derek, in a short while. Okay? Thank you, Derek. All right. And where are my notes? Here we are. So we have our next guest. Actually, it's a duo. It's two guests from Brazil. I'm very excited because they are not only two guests, it's a group of people working together. They will tell us more about this nice social experiment, talking about social psychological experiments. So I'm very happy that to welcome into the Global Village Day Lucienne Maria Fadel and Maria Collier de Mendoza. Lucienne Maria Fadel is a professor. She's a professor at the Knowledge Media Area graduate program in knowledge engineering and management at the Federal University of Santa Catarina. And Maria Collier de Mendoza is a postdoctoral researcher at the Knowledge Media Area Knowledge Engineering and Management graduate program of the Federal University of Santa Catarina in Florianopolis, Brazil. So from Florianopolis in Brazil, welcome into the Global Village, Lucienne and Maria. Hello. Here we are.
Hello. Hello, Paolo.
How are you? First, just to Maria first. How are you?
I'm very fine and very pleased to be here with you. It's a pleasure to be here. It's a pleasure to share such an experience that began in a simple conversation with Lou. And I hope we have a great day today. We are already having. Thank you, Paolo.
Thank you for joining. And Lucienne, finally we met in person, online. I mean, but we are real human beings, right? So, Lucienne, how are you?
I'm fine, thank you. It's a pleasure to be here. Thanks for having us.
Yeah, thank you. You are both in Florianopolis, right?
Yes, we do.
Great. And well, I can't wait to show your project. I want to say a few words about your project. And by the way, we have a few friends. Hi, Maria from Bob Logan, Patricia, Melissa, Silva, Fonseca, Fanaya. Maria, you go girl. All right. And so on. So it's nice. And there is such a great scholarship, a McLuhan scholarship in Brazil. I'm always very impressed by the extent of scholarship in media studies and communication studies in Brazil. So we were talking about Portuguese translations of Marshall McLuhan's books and works. So we were working on translating again the laws of media, the Tetrad, the Marshall and Eric McLuhan laws of media in Portuguese as well. So it's a call to action. So to have more McLuhan's books translated into Portuguese. Okay.
That's great.
All right. So, dear Maria and Lucienne, would you like me to screen that video first and then your comments, or vice versa? How do you want to manage the project? Should I screen the video first or you go first? Your call.
What do you think, Lou? Can we show the video?
Yes, I think we show the video and then we explain later what it was about.
Just a few words about the video. I will say a few words. It's a social experiment undertaken during the pandemic, the lockdown, with Maria's and Lucien's students and group of researchers and scholars at the in Florianopolis. So it's a short 2 minutes video to understand what happened during the lockdown, how they were able to rethink their world in this very crucial moment. So, my friends, I'm going to I'm going to share Lucienne and Maria's project, which has a title. The title is Maria. The title of that project.
The Global Village is our living room.
Oh, right. The
our
Global
pandemic
Village.
journeys with media and knowledge.
Great, all said. The Global Village in our living room. So, see what happened. Enjoy, enjoy. Wow, round of applause for and let's see. Okay, let me just share a few comments. So they are Fabiola from Florianopolis, and then claps, and then Doris. Hello, Doris. Yoni, I love this, and we are all make up a globe family, and you got this, and there are just many rooms to our global home. Yeah. That's so nice. So, tell us more about this project. Lucien, Maria, over to you.
Okay, thank you. Well, this project emerged from the insight during a conversation between us, me and Maria. We were talking about how the COVID pandemic was affecting us, our daily routines, because of the social distance mainly. And at that time, I was trying to attend to Samba classes, and Maria was trying to do her pilot classes online. And the media was the focus of our conversation. At that time, then, we are talking about the frustrations and difficulties in seeing certain things through the media. Because of the size of the frame, or we couldn't see as much as we would like. And of course, some things and activities were we could do this really well, and some others we could do not. So, however, we both agreed that we should take this opportunity to save or to register the experiences everybody was having at home. So these images that we showed you is probably some of those you are living that at home now. And so the goal was to invite the students to become a little bit what McLuhan said or wrote in his work, being a little bit of the artist and see what's happening today and register that, so we could have some papers and scientific work done.
Amazing. Maria.
I'd like to say it was very difficult for us when we found out ourselves at home, and the students wanted to stay connected. So we had this idea in that informal conversation, and we were involved in the design thinking course. So we applied very easy tools, that is the persona profile and the empathy map and the customer journey map, which is before, during, and after. And what impressed us is when we did the first meeting online, they had so many things to tell us, so many feelings, so many experiences, and it was so rich that we were really impressed. We wanted one activity that was taking place now with knowledge and media, but what they came up with was much more than that. And then we were, oh my God, how can we work with this? So it's so much information. And then we decided to do this presentation. It's the first time we're talking about the project. It's ongoing now, it's not finished yet. But what happened is that lots of learning are coming out of this. The first thing I would say is that instead of researching another objective, an object is ourselves. We are at the same time the researchers and the interviewers. We are interviewing ourselves, we are recording our daily life, and that's very different. Derek was talking about the lack of objectivity. My PhD is in semiotics, so now the object is ourselves, and Carlos was talking about the narratives of survival. This is about narratives of survival too. So what is making me feel very worried about now is that people want a new normal, or they want to go back to what type of life we had in the past. That's not possible. And in my mind, what I understood, my friend Bob Logan was the guy that guided me to open my eyes and look at McLuhan. And I thank Bob about that. And what Bob told me, you have to look at what McLuhan says. It's always like, he tells us, Logan, to encourage us to explore what's going on. And that's what we are doing in this project. We do not want to go to the future. We do not want to go to the past. We want to do a deep dive, in a collective deep dive with the students into what are we doing now? What are we experiencing now? That's it. I hope we could do it.
That's a lot. It's a great, I think it's a great, rethinking education in an age of a pandemic, rethinking online learning in an age of pandemic. So yours is a great example of how to make sense of this unexpected situation and turn it into a meaningful project. So we really look forward to seeing the outcomes, the further outcomes from this project. So we'll stay in touch. I'll be back to you, my friends, Lucien and Maria, because we have another guest from Brazil. So this is a Brazilian time slot nowadays.
Thank you, Paolo.
And stay there, stay online. I'll be back to you for a final merry-go-round. Okay, Maria?
Okay.
Thank you,
Bye.
Lucien.
Thank
Maria.
you.
Thank you. And in fact, you know, the best thesis advisor ever, and many other nice cheers for Maria and Lucien, Adriana, Braga. Hello. And again, so we are not only here to explore how to learn how to learn, learning how to learn, but also exploring through the lens of art and experimentation, right? So what's going on around here. And in fact, our next special guest for this time slot is not only a researcher, a scholar, but also an artist. His name is Wilson Oliveira Filho, teacher, researcher at the Estácio University in Rio de Janeiro since 25. He has a PhD in social memory with an internship at the University of Chicago. Multimedia artist, I told you, he is a multimedia artist, a musician, and created a duo 2-4 with Marcia Bessa back in 2012. He is well known in the Marshall McLuhan's community for his book on McLuhan and cinema, a cinematic understanding of media languages, and also he's doing such a special project on gifts, images, and many other multimedia visuals. So such a curious researcher and artist. It's a great pleasure finally to welcome into the global village Wilson. Hello.
Hello, Paolo.
Yes, I saw you have a torch. Let's pass the torch. Yeah. We didn't pass the torch yet. All right, that is your book, McLuhan and Cinema, and I can't read it very well actually. It's all Los medios de comunicação. Os medios de comunicação. So, Wilson, how are you? What are you doing?
Trying to be fine. Trying to deal with this whole situation, and experiments like you are doing, the Monday webinars, and especially this Global Village, they really help us to deal with these hard times and to think of a brighter future. And I have a confession to make. You started to mention the confession.
Hold on. You say
Kharkov made.
All right. You say confession. Take this. All right.
Yeah. I all right. The first time I went to McLuhan program, it was 2000. Professor
just one thing, Wilson. Because I'm experiencing
with my wife,
some glitches on the way. Can you turn off the camera? Just turn off the camera and leave the audio. Otherwise, we won't be able to hear you. Just turn off the camera.
Oh.
Yeah, much better. Go ahead, please.
Okay. So this funny story happened in 2012, and you started mention the confession Professor Kharkov made during the webinar. In 2012, I went there, and it was a Professor Kharkov speech, and it was scheduled for 5 p.m. I think. I got there 10 minutes later, okay, and there was nobody. So I thought, oh, maybe it's not here. Maybe they transferred this Monday seminar to other place. So that stairs we got on the left on McLuhan program on the coach house. I climbed it and I opened the door, and the alarm system went crazy, and the police of Toronto, University of Toronto came, and then the guests start to arrive. Kharkov got there, and I was, oh my God, what did I do? I just made the train that McLuhan mentioned with his questions on the telephone, but it was not the telephone, it was the alarm. What did I do? So I made this confession to Professor Kerckhoff, and on that occasion, I gave my first book to him. So it's such an honor being here with him and with my colleagues from the south of Brazil, and that is the confession.
And it's a lovely confession.
That's a great confession.
Although it's a lovely confession. What did I hear? It's a lovely confession.
I
And
will-
finally we met. Okay, it's public
Hi,
now.
Derek.
It's recorded, so it's forever. YouTube and Facebook will keep the memory of what happened that night. Great, Wilson. And Wilson is not only such a funny, clever, and smart guy. I told you he is also an artist, and in fact, we wanted to. This is a very multimedia session. Actually, we wanted to screen a video. Actually, a video that Wilson made. Can you tell us a little bit more about your video, Wilson?
Okay, for sure. This video you're gonna see is part of a video installation we started, me and Marshall, my partner in Duo 2x4, and it was a video installation dealing with electronic objects I started to photograph to make some videos that I found on the streets, and then become different projects. And this video is the final stage of this experiment. It's called the planned obsolescence. It's a way of thinking planned obsolescence in a new use. I think that old equipments like VCRs, CTR TVs, they are all becoming objects of art in a Nunn Pike way. So and Nunn Pike made a joke with the medium is the message. You know, he made a pun. The medium is the medium.
The medium is the medium. The global groove. The global groove.
Yeah. So I took it seriously and made this video you're gonna see. It's called The Planet Obsolescence. Deals with media ecology in a literal sense, if you can notice it. And the own song of the movie is an old song I composed in the end of the 90s. So I got the music back. It's a way of in somehow retrieving an old idea. And so
let's
for
watch
the audience, the planet obsolescence.
All right, I can't wait to screen. So, folks, Global Village Day, the Global Village Day, Wilson Oliveira, special video. Enjoy. It's a couple of minutes. Enjoy. All right, kudos, kudos, kudos. Round of applause. Let me bring you back for final merry-go-round in this panel 458. So, all right, we're running slightly late. So, kudos to Wilson. So, in the tradition of Nanjun Pike, tradition of using video art as a way to subvert our media ecology, so you got a great take. So thank you again. So final merry-go-round. Lucien, Maria, Wilson, and Derek. So, Lucien, your final remarks for this Global Village Day for 5 p.m. Go ahead.
Okay, what I learned from this pandemic is that the state of emergency, as you've already said, highlighted the extremes. So our society, especially here, is marked by differences, which have been open and wide now. We need to reduce these differences because there is a wide interdependence between us. So the protective numbing that Marshall always was telling us about, there is no longer the possibility to live in it. It's time for the good people to step up and do the good. That's what I take from this pandemic.
Wow. Impressive, very impressive. Thank you. Maria,
Thank you.
Your short, brief final remarks.
I think that the most important thing now as researchers and as professors is to motivate ourselves and our students to practice the exploration of what we are living. We cannot stop developing our creative thinking and also our ability to deep dive into the reality. It's not easy, especially here in Brazil with a very difficult political context, but it's very important that we keep moving on and keep this light and this is the torch.
Our torch. So let's pass the torch to, thank you, Maria. Let's pass the torch to Wilson. Wilson, your final remarks. Wilson, your brief final remarks.
Yeah, I'm going to be very brief. I think McLuhan's quote, we are all the same in this new spaceship. We are all crew. We are a crew, and we need to know the meaning of the word empathy. We need to know the meaning of the word putting ourselves into the others, for the others. And that's a daily lesson. The pandemic only came to make us learn this fast. So in the spaceship Earth, there are no passengers. We are all crew.
Yeah, and that's brilliant and meaningful for today's Global Village. And before getting back to Derek, yes. we like to play, right? We play together all the times, and there is an intruder. There is an intruder in this Global Village Day. I'll show you the intruder, and there is a question. I wanted to do the same question to you, but see the intruder.
What you doing, Marshall McLuhan?
What you doing, Derek? What you doing?
Well, actually, I want to answer the question you asked the other three, because I think it's a very important question you ask everybody. And what do we learn from the experience of the lockdown? For me, the lockdown has been the big message of the pandemic. Why? Because I believe that it has acted globally as a kind of a retreat, where everybody facing different levels of difficulties, beautifully expressed by the film we saw, but Maria and Luciana. But the idea would be every year, paid by government the way, and people who don't have a salary, paid by the government the same, because we should learn to deal with the economy totally differently. We should have a month per year where we have a lockdown. No more circulation, no more cars, no more. Fine, we should just, every year, all the world should stop for a month and then carry on and see how you can change the ground. Because the ground is still the old one. The moment the things opened up, it was like it hadn't really happened. Yes, we remember, yes, we think about it, but in fact, it's going to take, somebody said it already during this presentations, it's going to take more and more and more before we really get it. But when we really get it, we will really change. And I can say that the thing that you have done for us, you know, with this meeting and this lovely idea of yours, is a step in the absolute right direction.
Yes.
All right, and with this kind of global celebration for the directions we are taking, so let's pass the torch. Hello, Lord, thank you again. You are burning yourself. Thank you, Maria, Lucienne, Wilson, Derek. Thank you,
Paolo. Thank you, Derek. Thank you, Lucienne. Thank you, Maria.
Thank you very much. And we move forward to the next segment. We're gonna take 1 minute break and then back for the Global Village Day. See you in 1 minute. We are back. We're back. Global Village Day, and this such a cool medium, right? Is it a cool medium in McLuhan's words? And so it's nice. We had just had a nice session, and of course, the next one will be even better. So, hours after hours, it's 5 p.m. in Toronto, in the Global Village, everywhere. So, welcome back. And just a few things. I wanted to grab this comment. Thank you to our Brazilian friends, Jenny Cafiso. Hello, Jenny. And thank you again from Brazil and from all across the world. We are gathering to celebrate the Global Village, to celebrate the post-pandemic world, to make sense, to understand the post-pandemic world, and possibly to bring some good vibes, to navigate these uncertain times, to bring artistic insights, poetic insights. So we need poetry, art, literature, right? According to the most genuine McLuhan humanistic tradition. We need arts and culture and poetry, poetic insights to navigate the world we live in. And in fact, talking about poetry, literature, our next guests, the guests for this time slot, will bring you, promise, will bring you into this poetic and literary world. In the meantime, feel free, villagers, hello, 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 villagers from the Global Village, feel free to say hi. We are live streaming on the Marshall McLuhan Facebook page and on the McLuhan Institute YouTube channel. And so, folks, villagers, feel free to say hi. If you just connected, let us know that you are there. Let us know where you are connecting from. So let us know and share your presence. Again, so this is a 12-hour McLuhanesque marathon, but I'm not running alone. I'm running with over 40 speakers and guests from all across the world, and I'm running with all of you on Facebook and YouTube. So the Marshall McLuhan's community, the media ecology community, absolutely, this is important. We are running together. We are experiencing this unique intellectual marathon together, and possibly understand how to build a better global village, what kind of ingredients we need for making the global village a more sustainable place, a more open, inclusive, equitable place for our future. And so we are some very, very, very glad to move on and going to introduce our next guests. In the meantime, I see you are commenting, Salvatore Greco, the pandemic has provided a wonderful opportunity for reflection. Yes, yes, yes. And Johnny, art is important for the state of our Earth. And you know, we like to play with words, so feel free to share your puns, word plays, and many other catchphrases for making sense of this Global Village Day. So feel free. And by the way, because usually I do a little bit of housekeeping at the beginning of any time slot, just a reminder about our live Tetrad. The live Tetrad web app is a way to share your live Tetrads. There are some open Tetrads you can join and in real time participate participating in this collective writing and thinking. And by the way, we have a special prize, a line deck of cards for the best Tetrad of the Global Village, and then we have a Rubik's Cube on the Tetrad and many other gifts kindly provided by our sponsors, the estate of Marshall McLuhan, the Marshall McLuhan Foundation, the McLuhan Salons, and the McLuhan Institute. So we are all set and getting started for a new time slot. We had we went to Brazil, Europe. Now we are back to Europe. Actually, we are back to Europe, Spain and Italy. Oh, I feel home. I feel home. Such a cool place, Italy. And all right, so I'm going to introduce our next special guest from Italy. In fact, all right, our next guest is Elena Lamberti, Associate Professor in North American Literatures at the University of Bologna, a specialist of modernist literature, cultural memory, literature and media ecology, war literature. She is in particular, a champion of Marshall McLuhan's most genuine scholarship, well-rooted into the field of literature. Among many other works in different fields, she authored a milestone in the McLuhan's studies, a milestone in the McLuhan's scholarship, which is a book called McLuhan Mosaic, Probing the Literary Origins of Media Studies. And so, to probe the literary origins of media studies, I do welcome into the Global Village from Italy, from Bologna, Italy, Elena Lamberti.
Ciao Paolo, buonasera. Hi everybody.
Hello, pass the torch. Right. Oh, you have the paperback English edition.
Yeah.
All right, this is the Italian edition. Cheer. And
Very
well,
used
you look,
one. Very
yeah,
used
right.
one. But I also have this one.
And of course, another milestone. So you look pretty cool tonight. It's what time is it in Italy? It's 11 p.m. right? So
It's 10 past 11. Yes, 10 past 11.
Great. And so you are a cool medium. So you are getting ready to engage and interact and react with the global village and the villagers. So thank you very much, Elena, for joining us. Are you in Bologna right now, right?
Yes, I am in Bologna, but actually it's me thanking you, Paolo, for doing this, because I don't know what type of drug you take, but it seems it's working. So, and it's fantastic. It's the first time these things happen. So can you imagine a community across the globe speaking about the global village? So we are inside and outside the global village at the same time. It's fantastic. It's such a feeling. It's very touching. It's it's an amazing idea, and it's great to see how many people responded from all around the world, old and new friends. Amazing. So thank you.
That's very impressive, and thank you. Lots of cheers from Sal Greco. Ciao, Elena, Alfonso. Hello, Elena.
Yeah, all the new friends.
And many others. And talking about drugs, actually, once McLuhan was asked, "Have you ever taken LSD?" You know, back in the 60s, LSD was such a thing. There was I think an international conference in Toronto with Allen Ginsberg, of course, a champion of LSD. So anyway, so McLuhan was asked, "Have you ever taken LSD?" And he said, "No." But I read James Joyce. It's even better. It's even better than LSD.
Yeah,
so,
yeah. And he read also, Wyndham Lewis. This is the type of torch I would bring. Actually, the very, very first experiments that I got from Eric McLuhan, and I'm sure wherever he is now, he's joining us, he's with us, he's actually having fun and whispering hints to each of us tonight. So, yeah,
that's very thoughtful of you. Let's say that Eric is in a counter environment, helping us to make sense of this crazy world. So, thank you, Eric,
a big embrace.
Thank you for remembering Eric, and we always will remember his great legacy. And it's supposed to be another guest from Italy, from Bologna. Then we had a few issues, but that guest will be with us because the global village is there. So we are able to overcome the boundaries of our physical body and being present as a discarnate main. In fact, let me just say a few words, and then I'll give you the room, Elena, for talking about Francesco. Francesco Benozzo is an Italian poet, musician, philologist. He's an associate professor at the University of Bologna, and since 2015 he has been nominated for the Nobel Prize in Literature. Author of long epic poems about natural landscapes, Francesco Benozzo usually composes his poems orally and then performs them with his harps, including a cultic harp built according to the medieval tradition, a philological building of that musical instrument. So Francesco Benozzo couldn't come with us, however, he will be present somehow. And is your colleague, is Francesco in your department, right?
Yes, actually he's a great colleague of mine, and we are in the same group. We coordinate a group on storytelling and civic awareness, because you were mentioning at the very beginning of this long marathon the importance of applying McLuhan, and this is what we are doing actually. So we are trying to put him on as he put on the modernist writer. So we want to put him on and try to experiment with some of his ideas. So Francesco is a philologist. He is a great philologist, actually. He's the inventor, together with a couple of other important scholars, of the ethnophilology and of economastic. These are two brand new areas of studies that, of course, Francesco is exploring with some controversy within the academic world, because, of course, we are quite conservative when we talk about disciplinary borders. We are in a global village, but we are still in little fields, exactly. And so, but he's breaking, borders, actually, over crossing borders. He does not believe in borders, so he has created new areas of studies that he explores through words. He explores through poetry and through music. And tonight he couldn't be with us physically because he has some family emergency that he has to take care of, but he has found a way to be with us nonetheless, because after all, we are we are connected, so we can have a person on our own life even this way. And Francesco, actually, and I take the advantage of not having him with me to praise him, because I think he deserves it. Yes, he has been nominated for 5 years now for the Nobel Prize in Literature, and he has just released an amazing long poem which is called Maelvarstal, Poem of the Creation of the Words, which is published in Italian and in English, with a translation by a Canadian poet, Grace Sutherland, who is a poet, a novelist, and also a translator. So it's a serious stuff, and he has prepared a little surprise for us on that. And he also has messages from us. So even though you won't see him even in this way, he will be with us at some point when you, Paolo, decide. Actually, he will appear.
Yes. We have a few magic tools here for making Francesco appear with us somehow. So no, thank you, and also thank you for arranging that connection. So, Elena, I'm curious to go to Spain for a little while, and then I'll be back to you. Okay.
Bring this book with you.
Oh, I think it's a good one. I think it's a good one. The Solitary Outlaw.
It talks about Marshall McLuhan, actually. So I think it's a good book to bring with you to Spain.
All right. As a time machine, not time machine, as a space machine, I'll take it ideally with that book with me, and then going to Spain. Ellen, I'll see you in a short while. And so, yes, let's go to Spain. Let's go to see what's going on out there. This is a what's going on session. To some extent, we are learning on what's going on in these days. And so our next special guest in this time slot is B.W. Powell, a Canadian poet, a novelist, an essayist, a philosopher and teacher. He is a professor in the Department of English at York University, where he teaches courses on modernism and postmodernism. He teaches a course on Marshall McLuhan and Northrop Frye. So he is well known, in fact, in the Marshall McLuhan's community for his outstanding work on Marshall McLuhan and Northrop Frye, which is titled McLuhan Frye, Apocalypse and Alchemy. His most recent book is titled The Charge in the Global Membrane, a beautiful, sensitive and poetic work on the transformations of consciousness and sensitivity in today's technological world. So I'm very honored and proud to welcome into the global village Bruce Pau from Spain. Hello, Bruce.
Paolo. Hello. It's good to see you.
Great. It's good to see you again, because we had the pleasure of meeting for the Modern webinars, and then eventually
6 weeks ago. Yes.
Right.
And here I am still waiting to find a way out.
Right. Where are you right now? Where are you precisely?
I'm still in the Sierras, and this is the only McLuhan book I have with me. It's
all right. Let's pass the torch. One
of the ones that I don't think is that well known, but I think it's one of his most profound books. And I advance it here because in here it is at his most heretical, his most probing in terms of making, not matching. It's where he reaches back to Pater and Oscar Wilde, and reaches forward, of course, to circuitry and electronic age. He combines this with visual art and poetics and Wallace Stevens and HD, and it's been a great companion to me. In my semi-isolation, hermetic lockdown, where I've been very productive, I've been able to write a great deal here. This has been my companion and my friend, and I've become to realize the medium is the message can also mean the medium, that a book is a kind of seance, that it actually conjures and summons many of the figures in the work, and the words impress themselves on you by their presences. I've also been contemplating how McLuhan could be understood as one of the great literary artists of the 20th century. And I've been making notes for a work that would perhaps subversively sidestep or evade him as a media scientist and look at him as a great poet whose vision and intensity, artistic originality, mistranslating and homaging, created an art form that has overwhelmed us with its terminology, a kind of Borgesian Aleph, as it were, that McLuhan has actually created the way that we talk about media, and did so with a supreme act of fictive imagination. Remember back when Tom Wolfe wrote the book, What If He's Right, and compared him with Freud. Freud is now understood in many ways as a supreme artist, not just as a scientist, but as a great literary figure whose essays on the psychoanalysis of and on the subconscious, the unconscious world, are very much artistic expressions. And I think McLuhan, it would be very fruitful to understand McLuhan in a heretical way as a writer who overwhelms all his collaborators. For example, you know, anyone who ever worked with him begins to sound like him. And I know this from when I've written my own books, that there are times when it seems as if the medium is the message. He seethes into you and you become, that's Walt Whitman, by the way, that's the other. This is a double language version, Spanish and English, and Borges. And then underneath it, I have Canetti, and then I have McLuhan and Anne Carson side by side. And that in so many ways, the exploration that McLuhan makes in this book into making, not matching, takes him into the world in which the imagination prevails as a form of perception, prevails over reality itself. And that is to say, he takes chaos of sensibility and turns it into the cosmos of his perception and awareness. And we've been using his terminology ever since. It's an extraordinary act. And I would submit to many who are listening that McLuhan, Alice Munro, Anne Carson, Leonard Cohen, Margaret Atwood, Northrop Frye, these are the central figures who have created orbits of influence and have entirely altered our language, our discussion.
Right.
And they are all forces of great literary originality stylistically. I mean, McLuhan's style is so powerful that it can be picked up in any circumstance and you know it's him. And at the same time, the idea that the metaphors that he gave us, the global village and such, become, as I said, these artifacts of contemplation and recreation in which the user is turned into a sort of poetic recreator. I think it would be very fruitful. For example, I've been having these ideas of having Alice Munro and Don Quixote have an interesting conversation. I'm here. Wow. You know, I'm developing, it's so hot here. It's plus 45. It's breaking all records. I'm having nostalgia for snow. So I'm longing to return to some of the snow in Canada, but at some point in the later of the year. So I comfort my desire for snow by watching lots of black and white movies late at night.
I see. No, we have a lot of snow, no problem. And no, it's nice that you brought up that idea of what I call an invisible college, right? So McLuhan, Fry,
Yes.
and others
Yes.
were,
In my McLuhan and Fry book.
and still today, the idea, still today, writers, intellectuals, including yourself, maybe, so still belong to that very intellectual tradition. We celebrated a few years ago the tradition of the Toronto
Yes.
School of Communication that really provided the right kind of subsoil for making those ideas germinate and so on. And it's nice to acknowledge that intellectual tradition. Again, an invisible college. We are still there. There is still in the air, in the tradition, right? So the value of tradition, firstly, and the value of the ideal school, so the invisible college, and the value of the same intellectual climate, the same vibrant climate to be shared. So I think you are a son to some extent of that intellectual climate, Bruce. So
it's interesting, too, the where I am in the Sierra Morena outside of Cordoba. Cordoba was one of the great centers of the Hermetic, Kabbalic, Gnostic, and alchemical traditions. I didn't know that before my wife brought me to Cordoba, and I knew nothing about Cordoba. And when I just discovered these great lineages, there is an actual museum of Hermeticism and alchemy in the Juderia in Cordoba. And Borges came here, and so many writers have come here. But the Kabbalic traditions, that there is a great text of intelligibility that can be read through our consciousness and sensibilities, clearly is part of this sort of invisible schooling that you've talked about. I came here looking for the codes of inspiration. I wanted to write a book about that, and then ran into the pandemic. And it's this has been an extraordinary time, and as my great beloved colleague Lena Lamberti would say, would know too from Italy, and as you know, it's been appalling here. It's been extremely difficult. I've seen great things, communities, people coming together, people really working. A little story that I think would show what I mean is that I have a little daughter who's almost 3, and there are children next to us. There are the children of our cousins. And they couldn't talk to each other. They weren't. They couldn't touch one another. They couldn't do anything for the longest time. So they used to put gifts under the fence, under the tree.
So nice.
They would write little notes, and they would write little things, and then they would say, "Don't
message.
worry, we will be together soon." And they would push toys through the trees so that each one would have them. And there's a great Andalusian saying, which I thought of with these wonderful children passing things forward in this way, which is a great imaginative act, a creative act, and an act of great love. I thank God that your mother gave birth to you. It's a great Andalusian phrase. And I thought of that with these children caring for one another. But there was a heartrending night where we had to separate them because they couldn't touch the fences because of the pandemic.
Right.
And as you may know, there's a second wave threatening in Spain, in Galicia and in Barcelona. So I still hope to be able to get out on August the 12th, go home and resume my work. But one of the great lessons that I've learned is the Hermetic one, what it means to cultivate inwardness during a time when you are so isolated. So I have learned how to mistranslate at a great pace. But there's a great antecedent for this. McLuhan misquoted, mistranslated, homage, cited. This is again why I think we must understand. We can understand him, could understand him as a heretic artist who translated and transformed things into his unique sensibility. Wow. And now we are Borges-like. We are following his LF, as it were.
No, that's very impressive. No, thank you for pointing this out. Because again, so we are still rediscovering McLuhan. So, and the more we dig deeper, the more we found, the more we are able to apply. We say to apply McLuhan and not just say what McLuhan said, but do what McLuhan did in terms of poetic explorations, artistic poetic insights on today's world, right? So after all, he was able to look at our world through the lens of literary literature and art, and through the vanishing point, through that vanishing point you were mentioned, that kind of artistic consciousness that drive our imagination.
And of course, as Elena did wonderfully in her book, the roots of his work are literary, artistic, and of course poetic. And making, not matching, I think, is one of the keys to understanding this possibly heretical notion of McLuhan as being an author of the supreme fiction of the global village, turning the chaos into his cosmos, which is his perception. So what's the next stage? Someone asked me, what's the next thing after the global membrane? Well, I'll tell you, my friend, is that I frequently stay up at night writing in the dark so that I can be surprised in the morning by what I've said.
I see. And all right, so we really look forward to see your the outcomes of your creative lockdown. I think you are one of the most creative people I know, and so I really look forward to your creative outcomes. And also,
I think the other thing, if I may mention, I haven't had the privilege of listening all day because we were at an ultrasound today.
No
My
problem.
wife is pregnant, and
we were. Wait a minute! Congratulations!
Thank you. Well, you knew that already. Yes, you knew that. And one of the things that I see, and it may be true in Bologna, Elena can step in and speak to this, but Cordoba is still a ghost town. The people are wearing masks. It's very, very quiet and extremely cautious about what is coming. And in the air here, I don't know whether it's true in Canada because I haven't been there since December, is the morning is in the air. I don't mean early morning light. I mean grief. I mean sorrow. It's here. And one of the parts of the post-pandemic world must surely be mourning, must be the grief, the sorrow that we must have for so many people. And we're still very much inside this. I had made a note on March 25th, when I came here with my family to the farmhouse, that 20,000 people or so had passed. It's now 610,000. That's not a long time. And this is a devastation to our psyches, which we must surely feel and experience. And I'm thinking of D.H. Lawrence standing on the Dover cliffs, watching the flashes of the war and during the First World War, and knowing that new consciousness, new time, new awareness, new tragedy is upon us. And this is what this will play out to be. I don't know, and we are in the dark, and the best thing we can do is move forward each day, step by step.
Right. Not only we write in the dark, we are in the dark. Okay.
We are in the dark. Remember what Townes Van Zandt, the great singer Townes Van Zandt once said, if you were hoping for something light, that was the light part.
Oh, nice. That's good one. That's a good one. All right, Bruce, I'll be back to you later. So I wanted to back to Elena for see what's going on there in Bologna. I'll be back shortly to you, Bruce. Okay. So in the meantime, thank you for sharing. And Elena, are you still there? Here you are. All right.
I am.
All right. So what's going on? I just got a problem. All right, Elena, do we want to see the surprise from Francesco Benozzo first, and then or vice versa? So
as you wish. You are the host.
All right, let's go with, let's go with Benozzo first. Let's go with Benozzo first. I wanted to share, so you said already a few words about the poem composed by Francesco Benozzo. We're going to have a short fragment, 1-2 minutes excerpt from that beautiful poem. And then there is a surprise. I won't say a word. But firstly, let's enjoy Francesco Benozzo's poem. Title. Let me see if I find here. Malverstal, right? Malversal by Francesco Benozzo. Enjoy.
The void in which energy and matter cancel each other out. In Retalmarnor, ever before, when the Luminian blue scales had not yet frosted over the dragonfish, and Ferdinand did not yet have a name. In Retalmarnor, inside every inside, in the world without high and without low, Lundai, the speck of dust, was dragged away by sound wave, and where it onset floated outside time, there remained the fissure, little Yod, the scar from which songs came into being, the nostalgia from which everything drew life, the first syllable of the entire Malverstal.
Wow, a cosmogony or cosmological poetic understanding, right?
Yeah, I think it's a wonderful poem, and I would encourage everybody to actually get it and read it, because, as I said, it's available in Italian and in English. And I think it's important because this is something that we have been talking a lot with Francesco, how to use words these days, because thinking of the pandemia or pandemic or pandemedia, we were surprised by the mainstream narratives of what's going on, which is the same, repeated again and again in the same way with the same words. And I think it was Carlos who mentioned the science fiction scenarios that were used to explain what was going on, which was in fact a way to use a rearview mirror experience, because literature...
You say rear view mirror. You say rear view mirror. You say rear view mirror. Here you are on the rear view mirror. Surprise! So
surprise!
Keep going. Go ahead.
Right. So literature has gone environmental, because the moment everybody explains what's going on through science fiction is the rear view mirror of literature. And in fact, we are not seeing what's going on. We are just processing what's going on through what we already know. And this is something that makes us think of something that can become obsolete. The semantic of words changes because the environment changes. So we are using the same words, but they mean something different, right? They mean something different. And so through the poetic research, Francesco was paying attention to a pristine meaning of words that we take for granted and we can no longer. So we are trying to establish through poetry, in his case, through performative storytelling, in my case, new ways, counter narratives to mainstream narratives, which in fact is something that made me feel uncomfortable in the past 3 months. So the way we are telling what's going on is repeated so many times that it's it sounds like a story we have to buy. And when the same story gets repeated again and again transnationally, something is wrong. So I want to go for another story. I want to look for other versions. And a word that I have not heard so far, so I apologize to bring a negative word in what is a celebration, because this marathon is a celebratory moment is the word control and surveillance, because in fact, we have to behave because we do respect each other. So it's a responsibility to behave, but at the same time, we are monitored, controlled, and we had to give up, habits that we took for granted. And this is something which is, and the narrative they feed us with to make that, less strong is, somehow banal and not so nice. I think, again, Carlos was mentioning the importance to go and look for complexity in the narrative, in the storytelling. And I guess we are getting more and more black and white stories, and I don't like that.
Yeah.
So this is something that is, annoying me in this situation. And I hope that through poetry, through Bruce's writing at night with the dark, through music, through, these type of community talk or community building, we can find new ways to actually claim back agency in a very positive way, because I'm afraid I don't trust the agency which is in our leadership these days. With a few exceptions, there will be someone from New Zealand later on, so I think they are in a better position than us in terms of leadership. But as far as the so-called civilized Western world, I have some perplexity about, the status of the leadership. And this is why, as some colleagues who spoke before were saying, is why we need to act as community. We need to become crew, truly, and to, use the soft power that we have as, community and academics in this case, or artists and thinkers, and start to, tell different stories and pretend different stories.
I like to think storytelling as a way to exercise a soft power, right? So storytelling as a way to persuade, to engage. Storytelling is a cool medium, right? Engages you to be part of that story. So in this regard, why don't we listen the other surprise made by Francesco Benozzo for the Global Village Day, which deals with the very idea of storytelling. It's music, right?
And if I may, it's also the retrieval of all the storytelling reshaped for us today. So in this new world.
Yeah, you will see. You will listen. It's all explained in the video. A philological exercise in retrieving storytelling, retrieving the ancient medieval traditions, and it's an homage to one of the most important bluesmen, the Robert Johnson, the king of Delta blues, and so
because Black Lives Matters as well, right?
Because that was another homage, absolutely. And it's important to remember that. And so, villagers in the Global Village, enjoy Francesco Benozzo special gift for the Global Village Day.
I apologize again for not being with you in this Global Village McLuhan marathon. I decided to try for this special occasion a musical experiment which is totally unpublished for me. We know from McLuhan that all new technologies create new forms of communication and new media. Well, in this experiment, I tried to play one of my Celtic harps, a bardic harp which was built according to the medieval Welsh illuminations found in manuscripts of the 12th century, singing one of the songs by Robert Johnson, the king of Delta blues in the 30s, possibly the most influential musician of the last 90 years. If the medium is the message, here, an ancient technology related to music exerts a gravitational effect on cognition. I wouldn't say that the result is a sort of Celtic blues. My aim is to recreate instead some sort of aboriginal perception of the voice when it interlaces the melodic structure of notes. Okay, this is the famous Kind-Hearted Woman blues played with an instrument built in 1998 on the philological basis of a medieval Celtic image and recorded now with a small, very unprofessional and very, very poor microphone, which in some way recalls the one used in Chicago for recording Mr. Johnson's songs. Thank you for your attention. I have a kind-hearted woman, do anything in this world for me. I have a kind-hearted woman, do anything in this world for me. These heavy-hearted women, where the not should be. I love my baby don't love me. I love my baby don't love me. I really like that woman with life brutality. That's the one thing made Mr. Johnson drink. It's worried about you treat me, baby. I begin to think, woo, babe, life don't be the same. You break my heart when it comes so lame. I have a kind-hearted woman, do anything in this world for me. Got a kind-hearted woman, do anything in this world for me. You said they want to kill me, I went and want to be.
Oh yeah, unbelievable, unbelievable. So a Delta blues played by a cultic medieval harp. So that's unbelievable. And so Elena, talking about storytelling, we tell storytelling and civic awareness. The what's going on session here. What's going on? And we tell storytelling and civic awareness at the University of Bologna. We tell.
Many things. The first thing is we were talking about theory and practice, right? So we are developing a new theory on the idea of performative storytelling, taking into consideration the cognitive and the neurosciences, because we want to see how storytelling works on us, changes us, affects us. So the medium is the message, but more than that. So we are working on a theory based on some experiments we are doing here. So there is that academic level of research, but at the same time, we are testing our outputs with a group of students. Actually, we are running a summer school, which is now it's all season school because it runs online, so we can actually have it also in the fall. And I will send information to all those who are interested, because we run the school from November the 2nd to November the 30th from Bologna online. And we will have a 4-week summer school, but very light. So even if you are, busy doing other things, you can plug in 2 hours one day, off another day, and follow us along 4 weeks of talk on performative storytelling. And we will end with a big bang, because we will end on November the 30th with a big lecture on media ecology for life quality, which is an annual series of lectures we do in Bologna that we premiered in 2016 when the Media Ecology Association was the annual convention, was hosted in Bologna. And this year we are actually negotiating with Julia Creed, who is a professor at York University in Canada as well, to talk about the genealogy and the DNA, the narrative of the DNA, and all what comes with that intimate storytelling, which is being used not necessarily for ethical uses these days. But again, it's a project which is in its making, and I will certainly post the info for all those who are interested. We have the website, of course, some videos and the promos available for those who want to join us.
Absolutely. We're looking forward to it. So November the 30th, at this stage it's online, so hopefully we will be able to join you. The time zone is good for Toronto, so we will be able to join her, notwithstanding the time zone. And I was asking you just a few, we've been discussing about the blue and the green, right? So the idea in the media ecology, the balance of media ecology. Actually, Blue and Green, it's a recent book. Oh, you have a paper version. One is mine, I think. One is mine. And ideas to improve the politics in our contemporary world. The Blue and the Green, Luciano Floridi, which is a professor at the Oxford Internet Institute, Oxford University. So, why the blue and the green, Elena?
Actually, the green is our planet, and it's the traditional ecology. And the green and the blue is, of course, the new on life that we all have, the internet, the mediascape, and the new media ecology that we needed to bring together. As I think it was in this case, it was Luca De Biase who mentioned the importance to actually think of blue and green as one color, because now it's difficult to set a border line and divide between the two. But what is interesting in this book by Luciano is the subtitle, because it talks about naive ideas to improve politics. And it talks about politics using the etymological meaning, right? To take care of the public good. So he actually goes back to the original semantic of that word and not to the obsolescence that we tend to associate to the very idea of politics these days. So he retrieves a pristine meaning for a word which is so important for us as a community. And also the idea of naive ideas for the politics, mean very simple ideas, but good ones, actually. And the word that he uses to connect the green, the blue, the politics, the word is ethics. So to go back to that word again is, and I think this connects also to McLuhan and to his ideas of what an artist is. We started with words and with that, the man and the woman of integral awareness. And the word integral is as important as awareness. And integral, of course, means also ethical. So I think it's a very interesting book. I don't know if it is being translated into English, but it's refreshing to see those words, used as new ethical weapons.
Yeah, right. I agree. We'll keep an eye on that possible English translation. And we have still just a few minutes, actually, because we're going to start the second part of the Global Village Day as a different streaming. So I will step out of this session into another session. So I invite you all to join the part 2 starting 6 p.m. But before leaving, 2 call to actions, one for Elena and one for Bruce, BW Paolo. So one call to action, it's about Zaki. In a nutshell, who is Zaki for our international audience and why this is important?
Thank you, Paolo, for this. This is very important. Zaki is an Egyptian student at Unibo who is now prisoner in Egypt because he went back home to visit his family and he was taken as a prisoner with no real accusation. Actually, he was accused for his own free ideas. And he's been in prison since February, and we have no ideas, no clues when he can be released, if at all. So please keep an eye on that and follow us on our website. Uniboy is very proactive on this, and we want Azaki free. And we want Azaki free and back in Bologna. And this is something that I really, you ask for a wish for the global village, and I want a global village where everybody has the same right, not only the same access, technological access, but also the same right to say whatever they want. And free will is no longer a privilege.
Yeah. Right, well said, and
thank you.
We all stand for that in the University of Bologna and beyond. The second, Ellen, I'll be back to you. The second call to action is about not to Prime Marshall McLuhan. I told you it's a course being taught at the York University in Toronto. I wanted to actually make a call to awareness about the fact that this class taught by Bruce is at stake at the York University, because they are remoduling many courses online. And so I think this is a call to action. If you know students at York University, spread the word to take this special class on McLuhan, Northrop Frye, and those brilliant visionaries of our time. And so we have still just a few seconds actually. Final remarks, Bruce, and then Elena. Bruce.
Well, I'm so inspired by Elena's comments about storytelling, because the new book I'm working on that erupted here is called Mysteria, and it's an attempt to mix poetry, lyrics, songs, essay, dreams, apparitions, because again, Cordoba is famous for its apparitions, and it's an attempt to find a way of speaking about what's happened, and to talk about the heightened consciousness and sensibility that came about as a result of the pandemia, but also to, without resorting to prescriptions, to try and invoke the great inspirational power that is in us in storytelling. As I said about the children and passing messages back and forth between each other and the bushes and the trees, the cypresses and the palms, that was very inspiring to me to see that the next generation knows about passing gifts forward to one another, and to reaching out and calling to one another. And it seems to me that the great hermetic definition, as it were, of being in this quarantine for me has been the emergence of Mysteria, this strange hybrid book that has very long now, and pulls in all sorts of genres and references and comments, and an attempt to see too that the great unfolding that we are in may not only be an implosion of political systems which have shown their corruption and their degeneracy, but also to show that we're moving into a phase in which the hyper consciousness that we have absorbed must bring in all who have felt the sorrow of the losses, and also to know that our time is one in which the collective unconscious and conscious are merging at hyperspeeds in this Genesis overdrive that we're experiencing.
Right.
I don't have anything final to say about it because I'm still in the midst of it.
All right, so but we appreciate your this kind words, and as a way to think more about. So a few seconds, Elena. We need to rush to the other part
so I guess more with the next slots. I will be there. I want to be there to toast to Marshall's birthday, and here is the torch. We give it back to you, Paolo.
Thank you for
And here's mine
the
as
torch.
well.
Let's keep running. And so it's 6 p.m. Please join me on part 2. And thank you again, Elena Lamberti, BW Pao, for joining us on the Global Village. I'll see you in a few seconds in the Global Village Day part 2. Ciao.
Bye-bye.